It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
"5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Sesa, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw. kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay.
Good morning po. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning po.
Good morning. Okay, open na po ang ating mga cameras. Okay, ready na po ba tayo? And then paki-rename po ang ating mga gadget or device para ma-recognize po natin. Meron pa lang po tayong 26 participants kasama po kami ng admin. Marami pa po wala. Pero patuloy. Okay. Mag-roll call po muna tayo. Nandyan po ba si Ma'am Abigail? Ma'am Abigail, good morning po. Ma'am Cristel Abigail Medalya. Nandito na po ba?
Hello?
Ayun, nandiyan na po kayo, ma'am. Sige po. Next po, nandito po si Sir Jojo. Sir Jojo, good morning po.
Ito po.
Okay. Sir Jojo Asulya. Sorry, dalawa po pala yung Jojo. Ano? Sir Jojo Asulya. Ng FinExcel Business Park Incorporated. Sir Jojo Casulya. Andyan po. Wala po. Babalikan po natin si Sir Jojo. Jojo Casulya. Okay. Next po, si Ma'am Jovit. Ma'am Jovit, nandiyan na po ba? Ma'am Jovit? Wala pa po ako nakikita Ma'am Jovit dito. Paki-unmute po at pakisabing present kung nandito na po kayo. Otherwise, ma-mark po namin kayo dito missing. Okay? Balikan po natin si Ma'am Jovit. Next po. Si Ma'am Jonah Claire. Ma'am Jonah, good morning po. Ma'am Jonah. Ma'am Jonah, nandiyan na po kayo? Okay, wala pa rin po. Next po ay si Ma'am Crisanta. Ma'am Crisanta, good morning. Nandito na po ba kayo sa...
Good morning po, sir.
Ayun, good morning po, ma'am. Thank you po. Okay. Next po, si Ma'am Karen. Ma'am Karen, good morning.
Good morning po.
Ayun.
Good morning.
Next po, si Sir Rene. Rene Carlo.
Ano yan, kuya? Sige po, dito na.
Ayun, good morning, sir. Ma'am Mary Jane. Neric.
Present po.
Ayun. Ma'am Bernadette. Tumalay. Ma'am Bernadette, good morning po.
Present po, sir.
Ayun. Next po is si Ma'am Milagros.
Good morning po, sir.
Good morning. Ma'am Jenny Lynn.
Good morning po, sir.
Good morning.
Present po.
Sir Mario Jacinto. Good morning, Sir Mario.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir Julius Cyril.
Hello po, good morning.
Good morning po. Next is Sir Gio. Gio Somoza. Si Sir Gio, nandiyan na po. Wala pa. Next is si Ma'am Jackie Lu.
Good morning po.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Sir Lorenzo Miguel. Sir Lorenzo Miguel, present. Okay po. Si Sir Ron Christopher. Sir Ron, parang nakita ko na ito kanina. Sir Ron Christopher.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ayun, good morning, sir. Ayan po.
Sir.
Next po ay si Sir Ronald Sadino. Good morning, Sir Ronald. Ronald, good morning. Ayun. Good morning, Sir Ronald. Wala po. Ronald Sadino. Wala po. Next po, si Sir Raimundo Benesina. Kita ko na kanina si Sir Raimundo. Sir Raimundo, good morning.
Present.
Ay, ba't babae mo si Sir Raimundo? Kita ko na to kanina si Sir Raimundo. Pero bakit biglang babae yung sumagot? Sir Raimundo, naka-block po yung inyong camera.
May pinuntan lang po sandali, sir.
Ikaw po yung niya, secretary.
Opo.
Sige po, pero maya-maya po, ipomonitor namin siya, ma'am, ha?
Opo.
Kaya po siya patagal.
Mga ano lang po, mga 15 minutes siguro, sir.
Okay, sige po. Next po, si Ma'am Ria. Si Ma'am Ria, hindi ko rin nakita ito kanina. Ma'am Ria. Ma'am Ria.
Good morning po.
Ayun. Next po, we have new participants from Fortune Well. Mga sir, ma'am, good morning po. So magkakaroon po tayo ng roll call sa mga participants from Fortune Well Incorporated. Nandito na po si Sir Raymond Faro. Sir Raymond Faro, good morning po. Raymond Faro. Paki-acknowledge lang po kung nandito na po kayo. Raymond Faro, saan kaya ito naka-assign? Wala.
Present, sir.
Ayun, present si sir. Next po ay si Ma'am Luisa Abinal. Ma'am Luisa, good morning. Na-block ang kanyang camera. Ayun, nakita ko na si Ma'am Luisa. Ma'am, next ay si Sir Billy J. Sir Billy J, good morning. Si Ma'am, Sir Billy J. Billy J. Marami pa pong hindi naka-open ang kanilang camera. We are requesting all participants to turn on their cameras at paki-rename po ang inyong mga gadgets para ma-recognize po namin kayo. Meron pa yata dito nagtitraining ng PCO under LLBA. Sir Joseph. Nasaan na si Sir?
Yes,
Billy
sir.
J, wala pa po.
Uh,
Sir Billy J, nandiyan na po kayo? Paki-acknowledge po. Wala po.
Excuse me, good morning po, Corpus. Ayos ko lang po yung camera kanina at saka mic.
Okay po. Billy J. Wala po. Pagka po hindi kayo sumagot, ipamark ko po kayo. Ano ha? Si Ma'am Pamela Denise. Ma'am Pamela. Ma'am Pamela. Nasaan na po kayo?
Open, sir.
Saan po? Wait. Paki-ano nga po? Sa reaction button niyo po. Ma'am Pamela, hindi ko kayo makita.
wait lang, sir. Wait lang.
Okay po. Pakiayos po ang inyong mga camera. Sa
Yes,
mga
sir.
hindi pa po naka-turn on ang camera, please turn on your cameras po. Nag-check po tayo ng attendance. Pakapasuyo po at paki-rename sa inyong real name ang inyong mga gadgets. First name and family name para ma-recognize po namin kayo. Okay? Wala pa po si Ma'am Pamela. Next is Sir Gabriel Castillo. Sir Gabriel, good morning po. Sir Gabriel, yung ating mga taga-Fortune Well, nawawala po kayo. Nasaan na po? Nagkakarga pa po? Wala rin po. Susunod po si Sir Recto. Recto Torio. Fortune Well. Good morning, Sir Recto. Wala. Sir Jerwin Marquez. Sir Jerwin Marquez. Wala din. Si Sir D.U. Bien Maceda. D.U. Ben Maceda. Okay? Balik po tayo. Wala si Sir Jobien. Maceda, wala po.
Pamela Denise po, present.
Pamela Denise, nandiyan na po.
Yes po, nawalan lang po ng connection. Sorry po.
Okay. Sige, ma'am. Si Sir Billy J, nandiyan na po. Gabriel Castillo, nandiyan na po. Sir Gabriel Castillo. Sir Gabriel, mag-recognize nyo po yung roll call natin para mabilis po tayo kasi may target na time po tayo sa lecture. Sir Joben, wala po. Sir Joben, Deuben, Maceda. Wala. Sir Raul. Raul Ibal. Sir Raul Ibal.
Present po.
Okay, present si Sir. Okay. Si Sir Jerose. Sir Jerose, good morning.
Good morning po, sir. Present po.
Okay. Sir JP. Apuntar.
Morning,
Sir
sir. Present po.
Okay. Sir Joseph Detada.
Present, sir. Present po.
Sir Nesty Bibal. Sir Nesty.
Ay, sir, wala po.
Wala po. Sir Chester. Chester. Wala. Sir Ricardo.
Present po. Chester Rasio po.
Okay. Sir Ricardo Binyas. Ricardo Binyas. Wala po.
Present po, sir. Present po.
Okay, pakibilisan po ang reaction nyo. I-mark absent dito yung di sumasagot. Sir Roberto Milando. Sir Roberto Milando. Nandito po.
Present po.
Sir Nino Cabiles. Okay. Sir Alvin Almirenes.
Almarines po.
Sir Alvin? Nandyan po? Wala. Sir Jojo Madera, nakita ko na si Sir Jojo kanina. Sir Diana Almario. Ma'am Diana Almario.
Present po si Ma'am Diana, hindi daw po kayo marinig, sir. Inaayos pa daw.
Marinig?
Apo. Inaayos lang daw po niya, sir.
Okay, sige. Sir, Ma'am Pauline Joyce Jesus.
Present po.
Okay. Si Sir Jojo Casulya, nandito na po. Jojo Casulya. Wala po talaga. Ma'am Jovid.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Present po.
Okay, sige po. Si Ma'am Jonah Claire, nakita ko na rin kanina. Tama po.
Yes po. Good morning po.
Morning, ma'am. Si Ma'am Gio Samosa. Ma'am Gio Samosa. Nandito na rin po. Ronald Sadino. Billy J, nandito na po.
Sir Billy.
Sir Billy.
Ano sila?
Kaya ako lang, dapat magpapanood to.
Sir Billy, kayo na po yan.
Pero ngayon,
Good morning po.
Ma-fix
Apo,
ka.
okay, sir. Ganun lang, kasi nakita na kita.
Oh,
Sir Billy J.
si boss.
Sir, to.
Okay.
Yung
Sir Gabriel. Gabriel Castillo. Gabriel Castillo. Wala pa rin. Jerwin Marquez. Ha? Jerwin Marquez, nandito na po. Jobien Maceda. Tamam. Jobin Maceda, nandiyan po. Sir Recto. Okay.
Okay. Kita na ako dito, ma'am.
Okay. So I think ready na yung ating speaker for today. Yung mga wala po sa attendance, i-monitor namin kayo hanggang mamaya. Kung wala po, alam nyo na yung kailangan yung gawin. Ano po, message nyo po kami kung kayo po ay present doon sa mga tinatawag po kanina. Anyway, I think our next speaker is ready for today, Sir Ayan.
Good morning, Sir Eddie.
Morning po. So si Sir Ayan na po ang pahala sa inyong topic for today.
Okay, good morning, safety officers. Magandang umaga sa lahat.
sir.
Yes po.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Hello po. We are 40
Good
in,
morning, Sir Ryan.
in this online training na.
Good morning po.
Yes po. So anyway, so before we start, allow me to share my screen. Kindly hold on, guys. Yan. Safety officers, nakikita nyo ba yung presentation ko?
Yes po.
Yes, sir.
So let's start. Now let's begin to our day 2 basic occupational safety and health, or the BOSH training for safety officer 2. So I'm sure ang dami natin ngayon. We came from different places all over the Philippines now. So let's start. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Christian Ayan Tigson. You can call me Safety Ayan. Okay, I'm a nurse by profession, guys. But I'm working as a safety professional since 2013, a safety officer 4 by rank, and also a duly accredited safety practitioner. I'm also a pollution control officer, an occupational health nurse, and also I'm working in different construction projects as a safety officer, safety supervisor, safety manager here in the Philippines, both in local and international companies. Now, so ang expertise ko talaga, safety in construction industry. But I have also knowledge in relation to general industries. That's why I'm here in BOSH training. So ito po yung mga projects ko as safety officer. This is my latest project po sa Davao City. The longest tunnel highway. This is 2.3 kilometers po na andyan ngayon sa Davao City, ongoing under a Japanese contractor. Ito naman po yung mga different workplaces ko sa safety officer dito sa Manila, sa Davao, sa Quezon Province, etc. These are my contact numbers, guys. You can call me anytime or email me if you have any queries about OSH related. No, if example na inspect kayo ni Dole or may mga tanong kayo in relation to OSH, you can contact me anytime and I'm free naman po to answer your queries. Safety officers, what do you expect for this whole day training for this BOSH SO2? No? So the title of your course, guys, is a basic occupational safety and health. This is a BOSH training intended for a safety officer if you want to work in general industry, except lang po sa construction. Dalawa po kasi, review lang po tayo. May dalawang training po para magiging safety officer kayo. Either kukuha kayo ng BOSH or kukuha kayo ng KOSH. If you want to work in a construction industry as a safety officer, ang dapat nyong kunin is KOSH. But if you want to work or practice as a safety professional, either in gasoline station, hotel, manufacturing plant, hospital, building administration, lahat po except for construction, you need to take up the basic occupational safety and health training or BOSH. And after your 40 hours training, guys, you are to be called as a safety officer 2. May tanong, sir, do I need to take the SO1 training para pwede ako mag-take up ng SO2? No need na po. Kasi yung SO1 training or your 10 hours BOSH training po, intended lang po yan siya para sa mga low-risk establishment. Yung mga laundry shop, jewelry, palawan, etc. No? Pero if you are working in a medium to high-risk establishment, you can proceed na immediately to the BOSH or BOSH SO2 training. No? Pero in order for you to become an SO3, SO4, kailangan muna may basic training kayo, either mag-BOSH kayo or mag-COSH. This course, guys, is a 40 hours. Today, we're going to discuss the whole day 2 trainings, no, and then the lectures. And we have a lecture, group discussion. We have also 2 workshops today and fun. So, bawal dito ang boring, guys, ha? I'm sure some of you here belongs to management, owner, or whatever. Kalimutan natin muna yung mga excess baggage natin. Kasi we are in online. Alam nyo ba, masyadong challenging ang online training. Kasi ang hirap magpa-alive ng mga participants kasi hindi ko kayo mahawakan, hindi ko kayo malapitan. No, if you have any activities po, please participate. Kung kailangan po natin magsayaw tayong lahat, sasayaw tayong lahat. Bawal po ang KJ, no? Para hindi po sayang yung inyong pinagbayaran. Ito pa mga safety officer. Take this training as a serious one. Kasi po after your BOSH training, after this 40 hours training, you are to be called as the designated safety officer ng inyong mga establishment. Okay? Ang dami nating trabaho sa safety officer. Tayo po yung magsasabit ng report kay DOLE. Tayo magkakandak ng investigation once there will be an incident to happen. Tayo po ang magkakandak ng safety audit. Tayo po ang mag-guide kay DOLE once mag-inspect sila sa ating establishment. Tayo rin po ang magkakandak ng 8 hours the 8 hours mandatory training sa ating mga workers. We are also the one to make the safety program. So lahat po itong mga bagay na ito, the roles of the safety officer, malalaman natin during our basic training po. So if you have any activities, na kalimutan, we will just forget it and then focus in our training for these 5 days no, sa ating BOSH. Kasi after your 5 days training, maghihiwalay na tayo and kayo na mismo ang gagawa na matrabaho bilang a safety officer ng inyong mga companies. For this day 2, mga safety advocates, no, we're going to have a workshop about hazard identification. And also, we're going to have a lecture about work environment measurement. And also a lecture this afternoon about medical surveillance. And we will also tackle the COVID-19 prevention control in workplaces because we are still in pandemic right now. And also, lastly, before we will leave, we will also have the last workshop about the workplace risk assessment. And this is a part of making the entire hierarchy activity. How will you know that there will be a potential hazard in your site? The existing risk. If you don't have any idea how to make a risk assessment. Okay? So house rule, mga safety officer. Ito po, pinaka-importante. Please turn on your camera at all times. Bakit? Alam nyo ba, habang andito tayo ngayon sa training, minomonitor po tayo ng BOSH Center. That is a body of DOLE regulating the implementation of BOSH here in the Philippines. And then lahat po ng pangalan po ninyo, we will submit it sa BOSH Center. So mag-invalid po ang training natin once nakita po nila, naka-off ang camera, and that will be considered absent. Okay? Kung may importanteng mga lakad kayo, just message our secretariat, no? And then they will talk to you. But guys, in the entire 8 hours today, please turn on your camera. Okay? And please, very important, kung hindi nyo po time na magsalita, please mute your mic para hindi po tayo makadistract sa ibang tao. Okay? So, dyan naman sa ilalim ng yung mga screen, may mic na naka-slash na red. Please be conscious. No? Tingnan po natin kung naka-mute ba tayo. But if we will ask question to you or if you want to share something, unmute your mic and then share it to us. Hindi po lahat ng bagay na alam po namin ng mga trainers. No? There's some also instances na may alam kayo or may mga good practices kayo na i-share or experiences. Share it in our group. And then just raise your virtual hand and then unmute your mic. But if you will just listen, please turn it off. Kasi yun po ang usually problem during the online class. Kung may natutulog sa atin, makita natin yan sa camera, huwag nating istorbohin. Okay? Respetuhin natin yung puyat. Baka galing sa gimmick kagabi. Okay? Or galing sa night shift. Ang gawin lang natin, dapat mag-intermission siya mamayang alauna. Yung makita natin natutulog. And then guys, listen and show respect to the speaker or the one talking in front of you. When one mouth speaks, all ears must listen. If you want to say something, just raise your virtual hand. Cooperate guys in our activities. We have a workshop today. We have 2 workshops and we will group you into 5 groups. You will choose who is your leader, who is your reporter, okay? And then to just gagawa tayo ng group discussion. This is challenging for us kasi kung face-to-face tayo ngayon, magkasama kayo, gagawa kayo ng mga output. But right now, since we are in pandemic, we are using the technology, no? So meron tayong mga online interaction through workshop. So please cooperate po tayo. You will discuss. I will show you a picture, identify potential hazard, analyze the risk, and then present it in our group. Yun po ang gawin natin for the whole day. Observe punctuality, guys. So we will end today by 5, and then meron rin instances na meron tayong early break, but early rin yung pag-in natin. Example, matatapos tayo ng 11:30, we will start by 12:30. Para early din tayo, on time din tayo matatapos with our discussion. Okay, so I want your 8 hours to focus here in our BOSH training. In case of an emergency, no, even magkalayo-layo po tayo ngayon, kung saan man kayo naroroon ngayon, no, if there will be a fire, earthquake will happen, I'm sure your ERT will do a procedure, guys, to evacuate your area immediately, no? It's okay, emergency po yan siya. You may leave your area immediately. Just inform us that may emergency po sa area ninyo. Okay, if there's a fire, my fire extinguisher, extinguish. Don't worry, guys, is what your role naman as a safety officer is to have this emergency preparedness control to be implemented in your workplaces. Kayo po manguna niyan. But right now in our online class, you're so focused in our class today, there will be an emergency to happen. Okay, you can leave, vacate your area naman. Safety officers, are you ready po? Handa na ba tayo lahat?
Yes po.
Good.
Yes po.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes po.
Raise your virtual thumbs up na
Yes,
tayo.
sir.
Para makita
Yes po, sir.
And so wala mo nang boring ngayon, ha? Okay. Let's proceed, guys, but allow me to share what's this video before we will proceed. Only hold on. Okay, safety officer. Our first topic or workshop for today is we will do a hazard identification. Yesterday, you have a lot of discussion naman siguro, no? You know what is hazard, no? What is safety? You develop your safety eye. Right now, we will use it, no? Paano mag-identify ng potential hazard in our workplaces. Okay, moving forward. This morning, guys, sinabi kapon sa akin ng RBA team, no, na we are 25, more than 25, but we will group you into 5 groups, no, 5 teams. I'll give you time naman, guys, to do your activities. Okay? Hazard identification workshop. Okay? You, safety officer, should identify the safety and health hazard on the following photos, operation, or activities, no, that we will present it in our screen using the prescribed format of hierarchy form. On the portion of the hazard identification, you safety officer should identify the task, the hazard and safety and health risk, and also evaluate and recommend for control measure. But right now, ang activity muna natin ngayon is just identify potential hazard in the photo. Okay. Example po nito. This is the entire template. Guys, nakikita nyo ba yung presentation ko? Mayroong template ng hazard, ng hierarchy. Okay. Very good. This is the entire picture of a hierarchy form. Hierarchy means hazard identification, no, risk assessment, okay, and control. In this form, we will identify what are the potential or existing hazard in your workplaces. Upon identification of the potential hazard, you should know what are the potential effect if there will be no control measure to be implemented. Okay, you identify the hazard, okay? You know what are the health or safety effect. Now, you need to assess the risk of that certain hazard. Is that hazard has the high potential that can cause harm? Is that hazard considered as high risk, a medium risk, or just a low risk hazard. Okay? After we identify that the risk of a certain hazard, we need to recommend for control measure in order for your workplaces that there will be no accident. And that is the entire picture of a certain hierarchy that you need to be equipped on how to do it in your workplaces. But right now, guys, mga safety officer, ang unang nating activity is just to identify potential hazard in that certain work activity and identify what are the effects if there will be no control measure na gagawin po natin. Example po nito, no? So, in every group, I will show you a certain picture. Now, in every picture, please give or identify the work activities. And every activities naman po, no? Identify what are the safety and health hazard. Now, we will define it, guys. If you hear the word hazard, ano bang ibig sabihin yan? Hazard means anything surrounding you that has a potential to cause harm, injury, or property damage. Araw-araw po, pagising po natin, paglabas natin sa bahay, pagpunta sa opisina, pagpunta sa workplaces, we identify potential hazard. That's why safety officer, in order you to become a competent safety officer, you need to develop your safety eye compared to other ordinary people. Kasi tayo mga safety officer, masyado tayong pakialamera to highlight certain hazard because we want na walang aksidente sa ganyang area po. Example po niyan, pagpunta nyo sa workplaces, may nakita kayo nakabalandra sa access. Uy, that is potential hazard. Bakit po? Because if I will not remove that potential obstruction to access, in case of emergency, how can we evacuate to that area? No? So what is the hazard? Obstruction to access. Another thing, pagpunta mo sa fabrication shop, may nakita po kayong nagwe-welding. Pero, meron pong malapit na combustible material, masyado malapit dun sa taong naglilinang o nagwe-welding. Isa pa, nakita nyo habang siya po nagwe-welding, walang fire extinguisher on standby. So as a safety officer, that is a potential hazard, a fire hazard. Bakit po? If I will not do control measure, posible kakainin po ng apoy yung mga flammable material sa palibot niya. Okay? So yan po dapat tayo mga safety officer. Identify potential hazard at site. And then if we identify potential hazard, we need to classify it into two. Is that hazard safety hazard or health hazard? Usually po sa mga safety officer, we are so focused on health safety hazard. Safety hazard means an unsafe working conditions or behavior or act of a certain person that can cause injury or death or even property damage. Safety hazards are the most common workplace hazard. And dun tayo na-focus masyado. Bakit? Because if there will be no control measure to that certain safety hazard, the effect is immediate. Example, poor housekeeping, presence of loose material at elevated area, nasipa ng tao, natama ng ulo, basag or nagdugo. That is an example of safety hazard. Electrocution, sleeping hazard, tripping hazard, fall potential. Okay? That is example of safety hazard. Another classification of hazard is, guys, is a health hazard. And sometimes, tayo mga safety officer, we're just ignoring it. Bakit? The effect of health hazard, if not immediately be given attention, is gradual or matagal pa. Health hazard are potential sources of danger to one's health. No? Because po, under health hazard po, we have this physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard, ergonomics, and psychosocial or social hazard. So, upon going to your workplaces, guys, immediately identify potential hazard, right? Classify it. Is that safety or health? Under safety hazard, fall, slip, trip, struck, cough, hit, collapse, fire, or electrocution. Yung mga impact po na pwedeng immediate ang ano niya, ang effect. And under health hazard are the following. Physical hazard, either due to excessive noise, poor illumination, exposure to radiation, poor ventilation, or presence of extreme temperature or pressure. Another example of health hazards are the chemical hazards. due to the presence of gases, fumes, vapors, mist, or even presence of unlabeled container that is considered as chemical hazard. Hazard chemicals in your workplaces without SDS considered also as a chemical hazard. A certain person handling a chemical without any PPE, that example of a chemical hazard. Another example of health hazard is a biological hazard, such as exposure to virus, fungi, bacteria, parasite, nakagat ng aso, okay? Natusok po ng lamok, no? Nagkaroon ng dengue. That is example of a biological hazard. Okay? Illnesses such as the COVID-19 from your workplaces, that example of biological hazard. Another thing, ergonomics is considered also as a health hazard, either due to prolonged standing, okay, prolonged sitting, repetitive motion, carrying too much object, okay, overexertion, that are example of ergonomics hazard. And also, we have a social or psychosocial hazard due to exposure of stress, improper behavior, violence, misuse of drugs and alcohol. Okay ha? So today guys, masyado madali lang po yung workshop po ninyo. Identify potential hazard. And once you identify potential hazard, please identify what are the potential health or safety effect if there will be no control measure to be implemented. Example of this, work activity guys is temporary traffic control. No? In your workplaces, may mga equipment po na dumadaan, mga forklift, okay? Mga boxcar, mobilizing your materials and equipment. Walang control measure na ginagawa. Walang spotter. Walang speed limit. Anong potential hazard dun po sa temporary traffic control? Posibly guys, accident due to mobilization of machineries. No? Pwedeng may babangga. Bakit? Walang spotter kasi eh. Walang daanan ng mga tao at equipment. Ano ang epekto nito of this mobilization of machineries? Possible, there will be a serious or minor injury of bone, fracture, or even can cause traffic congestion. I will give you another example, guys. Night work. Anong potential hazard due to night work? No? Struck by vehicle. Struck means guys is nabangga. Okay? Public transport and heavy machineries at workstation. Effect po nito, bone fracture. Okay. Another example. Drilling works. May taong nakikita nyo nagbabarena. Anong posibleng hazard na makita natin dito sa taong nagbabarena? Prolonged and extremely exposure to vibration. And we all know vibration is considered as health hazard, belongs to a physical hazard. Okay? If this vibration will not be controlled, prolonged or too much exposure to vibration, it will lead to white fingers and also known as dead finger. Damage to hand causing whiteness or pain to that fingers. Okay. Another, drilling works pa rin. Ano potential hazard? Exposed to sand, dust inhalation. Kasi po, yung nagbabarena, wala po siyang ginagamit na dust mask. Okay? Anong possible effect? If there will be no control measure, possible can lead to respiratory problem or even eye injury due to no PPE. Okay. Another thing, drilling works pa rin, nagbabarena. Anong possible na hazard? Doon po, excessive exposure to extreme heat. Okay? Kasi po, doon po siya nagbabarena sa labas ng fabrication area na wala pong shed. Okay? Effect, heat stress. Okay? Can cause also heat exhaustion. Can lead to dehydration. Ganun po.
Sa email, yung ilagay mong email yung sa whiteboards.
Okay po. Ito natin yung ating mga mic para hindi po tayo maka-store po sa ibang tao. No? Thank you po. Workshop. Ano yung pong gawin natin for today, mga safety officer? I will show you 5 pictures. Every group, okay, will only focus on this one picture. the certain picture has a lot of activities. Okay. We will group you into 5. Each group should have laptop, or you can use also your Microsoft Word or your PowerPoint. Kasi mamaya pag presentation nyo, mamaya padaling makita siya na. Each group should have a laptop for presentation. Designate your team leader to present your output. In every photo, okay, or area, identify at least 3 work activities. Minimum of 3 guys ha, pero okay lang, as many as you can. Per activity, identify lang kayo ng 2 hazard. Either safety hazard or health hazard. Okay, ano kayo mga safety hazard natin? Okay, obstruction to access, presence open hole, tripping hazard, okay, sleeping hazard, okay, poor housekeeping, ganoon po. And also, health hazard. Ano mga example ng health hazard? Either physical hazard, chemical hazard, okay, ergonomics, biological hazard, psychosocial hazard, or social hazard. But guys, I want you to be more specific on identifying hazard. I don't want you to just put, like may nakita po kayong chemical unlabeled, chemical hazard, presence of chemical hazard. Be specific. What kind of hazard na observe nyo in relation to chemical hazard? Okay? Presence of unlabeled chemicals. Okay? Yun po. Safety hazard, obstruction to access to exit doors. Ganun po. So please be specific what kind of hazard you observe. Ano ba yung isang bagay na pwedeng makadisgrasya? Yun ang gusto ko makita during your workshop mamaya. Then, per hazard that you identify, indicate what is the possible safety or health effect, such as injury or health effect, once exposure of this certain hazard cannot be controlled. Okay? So very simple lang po mga kasama. No? Example po ito, parang ganito lang po. Doon sa picture may nakita kayo nagbabarena, and then ang hazard po noon is nagbabarena po yung tao sa labas po ng covered area, masyadong mainit. Napansin nyo, extreme exposure to heat ang isang person. And then effect po niya, possible for dehydration or heat stress, whatever. Another thing, do that drilling works to identify safety hazard. A health hazard again, exposed to a sand and dust inhalation. Effect, respiratory or eye irritation. Okay, moving forward guys. I will give you example of this, no? I will show you a picture. Example, one group na present natin is office, admin office. Sabi ko kanina, in every picture, identify at least 3 health hazard. Okay? Guys, can you screenshot this format? This template po. Para ito pong guide po ninyo mamaya. Okay ha? Screenshot. The first column should be what is that work activity. Okay? The second column is the workplace. Ang first column, workplace. The second column is the work activity. Again at least 3 work activities per picture. Okay. In every work activity that you identify 1 safety hazard and 1 health hazard. Example po nito, sa admin office na picture, may nakita kayong tao, nag-lift po siya ng materyales or nag-carry ng materyales. Anong possible na safety hazard doon? Presence of tripping hazard, presence of electrical cable laid on the ground. Kasi doon po sa picture, may nakita po kayo na ang babae, habang nagkakarga po ng materyales, may nakabalandra na electrical cable sa harap niya. And that is example of safety hazard. Tripping hazard, presence of electrical cable laid on the ground. Okay. Possible effect of that tripping hazard, injury, fracture to legs, and other body pain. Okay. Di ba? Simple lang. Another thing, doon po, sa nagkakarga ng materyales, no? Doon pa sa picture, health hazard na identify niyo. Carrying objects beyond to allowed weight limit. Masyadong mabigat po yung kinakarga niya. And that carrying of too much weight is ergonomic issue. Anong possible effect? Musculoskeletal problem or body pain. Okay. So guys, again, please take picture of this template. Okay, or do screenshot para ito po yung guide po ninyo. In every group, I will show you one picture. Per picture, identify at least 3 work activities. Per work activities, identify the safety hazard and health hazard. And every hazard, please also identify what is the potential effect if that hazard will not be eliminated or no control measure to be implemented. Okay? The group 1 will focus on the admin office. The group 2 is warehouse. I will show you the pictures, guys. No? And then group 3 is production area. Group 4 is operation area. Group 5 is the event area. Okay? So I will show you the pictures first, but we will do the grouping first. No? So I would like to request the RBA to help me to group our team into 5 groups. And I will send you the picture. Okay, para hanapin natin yung mga kasama po ninyo. Okay. Andito ba si Sir Louie? Sir Louie?
Sir, nandito po.
Sir Louie, can you help me, sir? We will group them into 5 groups. Yun.
Sir, naka-ready na po.
Okay, naka-ready na po. Okay, guys, ha? Kuha niyo ba niyo? Any question po about our workshop? Ito po, ha? Example, I will show you example picture. The group 1 will focus on this picture. Okay, ha? This is the admin office. In this admin picture, identify at least 3 activities. Okay, may nakita kayo dyan? Nag-aayos ng bumbilya. Activity 1 yan. Activity 2 natin is carrying object, yung babae, oh. And then sa obstruction doon na naka-wire. Okay, ha? So, ano activities nakita po ninyo? Activity, ano nakita po yung mga potential hazard dyan? And then if there will be no control measure to be implemented, what are the effects? Okay. Another example, guys. For the group 2, you will focus on this warehouse area. Okay? This is the group 2, the warehouse area. Identify at least 3 activities. And then what are the hazard of that certain activity? The safety hazard and the health hazard, and what are the potential effects if there will be no control measure to be implemented. The group 3 focus on production. Yes po, go ahead, sir.
Pwede pong request natin sa kanila, screenshot po nila lahat yung...
Don't worry. I will send you the picture naman po per group naman. Nakasave pa yung I will help you guys. No problem. Thank you po. Okay, the group 3 will focus on the production area. Para may idea lang po tayo, no? And then the group 4, operations area, and group 5 is the event area. Okay, yun na po. Ang pinaka-importante, guys, is this one. Please take screenshot ito po because this will be your format. Okay. No? So, please, doon po sa group po ninyo, identify nyo, appoint nyo agad sino yung reporter, sino yung group leader. The group leader will be the facilitator. Asking question, whatever, na? Yung ating reporter, siya po mag-present mamaya. Okay, I give you 1 hour about for this activity. Okay, so Sir Louie, okay na po. Maraming salamat. I'll send naman per group ang kanilang mga pictures.
Sir, bago ko po i-start yung yung breakout room, pwedeng pa-request po yung iba. Paki-rename po yung name tag. Kasi po makonsider silang absent pag hindi po yung full name ang nakalagay.
Guys, please name your name tag po in your complete name so that the RBA team will monitor you. Another thing also, guys, it is not only Sir Louie is monitoring us, it is Dole monitoring us. May copy na po sila ng mga attendance natin ngayon. And then makita po nila na sinong absent sa atin because wala po yung name tag, ma-invalid po yung certificate po natin. Okay?
Okay, sir, start ko na po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Louie. And then isi-send ko na lang po doon sa per group nila yung pictures. Guys, after 1 hour, we'll go back here.
Paki-accept po yung request para sa breakout room. Paki-accept po yung request po para mapasok po kayo sa breakout room. Ma'am, sir, paki-accept po yung request po para makasama po kayo sa breakout room. Pag hindi po kayo naisama, mag-completion po kayo next training po.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello po.
Hello, sir. Aha. Sorry, sir. May group na po ako, sir. Dalawa lang yung budget ko kasi yung isa, yung computer, walang cam.
Yes, sir. Sir, pa-accept na lang anong group po kayo nasama? Yung isa nyo?
Group room 2 po.
Room 2. Okay, sir. Zero. Room 2. Ilipat ko itong isa nyo, sir.
Sorry po.
Ayan po, sir. Pa-accept po. Hello po, sir. Ba't na... Ma'am, pa-rename po yung nyo, yung Nokia 1. Pa-accept po yung request sa room 5. Sir, ano pong pangalan niyo, sir? Gengo? Anong full name niyo po?
Hello po, pwede pong mag-request ng able to share screen
Ano po yun, ma'am?
para po makapag-share screen po ako
Yes,
dun
ma'am.
sa
Okay na po. Okay na po.
thank you po. Ay, pabalik po ako sa group 2.
Room 2 po.
Salamat po.
Okay na, ma'am?
Yes po.
Ba nangyayari, sir? Pag
Sir, ay po. Breakout room 3 ako kanina bago ako naputol.
okay, sir. Sige, lilipat ko po kayo.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay po. Hello sir, pa-accept po sa room 1. Sir Billy J. Sir, pa-accept po sir, pa-accept. Room 1 po. Sir Billy J. Ponce. Mag-join po kayo sa room sir. Hello, Sir Billy. Saan group po kayo kanina? Saan room?
Sir, group 1 eh.
Okay po, ibalik ko po kayo dun, sir.
Wala lang sir, nawawala lang yung signal ko sir.
Opo. Pa-accept na lang po. Hello, ma'am. Na-disconnect po kayo kanina? Hello po. Hello, sir. Siyang ano po kayo? Room? Room 5?
Room 5 po, room 5.
Okay, sir. Balik ko po kayo.
Okay, welcome back, safety officers. Yun. Kumusta po yung discussion ninyo?
Okay lang, sir.
Madali lang siya. Very simple, very easy. This afternoon, we will do a risk assessment. Yung output nyo po ngayon, we will rate it depende po sa probability and sa kanyang severity. Okay? So before we will start our presentation, we will start by group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Please appoint your presenter. Sino po yung mag-present mamaya? You can do screen share naman po. Present your output, the picture, and then after the presentation, we will do the questioning per group. But before that, I'll give you a 10-minute break. Mag-snack muna kayo. And then mag-CR break. And then by 10:40, we will start the presentation. Okay, guys, please appoint now your presenter. And then by 10:30, we will do the presentation. Thank you.
Baby
break, guys.
Okay na po. Papag-CR. Dapat may kasama ka, Faye. Sir Roberto, nakamay ka.
Sir!
Sir,
Hindi man.
break time na, sir. Kasi, sir. Ay, bawal naman ito.
Hindi man.
Naka-break po tayo?
Break po ng 15 minutes.
15. Sige, wiwi muna tayo. Salamat po.
Okay, good morning, safety officers. Let's be back to our presentation for our first workshop entitled Hazard Identification. And now let's welcome the group number 1 to present their output. Okay, group number 1. You're about to present your admin office. Sino pong group number 1 natin? Presenter. Okay, paki-open po lahat ng cameras. Guys, we'll start na po. Sino pong group number 1 natin? Yun, si Sir Chester. Sir Chester, kayo po magpapresent ng group 1? Hindi. I think group 1 is not prepared yet. Let's proceed to group number 2. Group number 2, the warehouse area. Balikan namin kayo mamaya, group number 1. Group number 2.
Good morning po.
Hello, Ma'am Jonah. Good morning.
Yes, our group number 2 with Jaros Tanyate, JP Apuntar, Georgia Madera, Janeline Navarro, and Jackie Lou Tejada will be presenting about the workplace is the warehouse. Okay. Can you see po my screen? Sir, do we have to show also the picture?
Much better, ma'am, kung i-get po natin yung si picture tsaka ito pong ano niya.
Pwede po bang... okay. Lang po
Okay, ma'am. No, take your time, Ma'am Jonah.
Try ko po yung picture. Lang.
While
Hindi ko pa...
Yes po. No problem po, ma'am. Okay lang po. While waiting po, thank you. Ang dami palang mga taga-Shell dito ngayon, no? Thank you sa inyong 5 pesos discount starting today, mga taga-Shell.
Pwede. Pwede po bang maliit lang yung picture?
No problem. It's okay, ma'am.
Okay lang.
You will save.
Okay. Sige po. Okay. Sige po, try ko po ito. Okay na po ba?
Yes po.
Okay po. So, first po, in our picture, inside the warehouse, We focus on the girl carrying the documents or the files. So for safety hazard, this will be poor housekeeping, unsecured open manholes, so fall potential, this area. And then there's no enclosure ribbon around the open hole on the ground. So possible effects, falling in the open hole, which may lead to injury, fracture, dislocation, other bodily harm. Okay. For health hazard, we have ergonomics, carrying of heavy load beyond allowed limit. So possible effects, musculoskeletal or back pain. That's
very good.
okay. Next. So we have here maintenance, repair, plumber. So focus on the person on the ladder. Okay. Bitan ko lang po yung picture. So safety hazard, working without harness, not wearing PPE, and no enclosure ribbon on the area. So possible effect, falling on the ground may cause fracture or other injury. Not wearing actually the PPE may cause, or the gloves may cause slipping off the ladder, and gloves is also needed so that when handling tools to prevent injury. For poor housekeeping, ladder is defective. So as you can see, sira-sira yung ladder sa taas, may missing steps. And then the ladder is not balanced. As you can see here, meron pa siyang sa ilalim ng hagdanan. Okay. So of course, this will also cause and lead to injury. And then tripping hazard, cables under the ladder. Yan. And then another thing is location of first aid kit is not easily accessible. The ladder is blocking the first aid kit, and then the door of the first aid kit is left open. And so it is not accessible. And then improper handling of tools. As you can see, this man is just throwing the hammer. Yun, sa kasama niya. Effect of the cables under the ladder may cause electrocution or entangling the passersby or the other workers. And the man on the ladder is also smoking. So smoking inside the workplace is a fire hazard, may cause fire. For health hazard, we have chemical inhalation, the one smoking. Of course, secondhand smoking can also cause harm to other people. And then chemical spray. Kasi may tao po dito sa alam na hagdanan na nag-spray. So, chemical inhalation may cause respiratory illness. And for ergonomic, the man standing in prolonged standing in awkward position. So, trying to stand there on the ladder with one hand holding and then one hand holding the bag. So, musculoskeletal and back pain. Yan po. And for the last one, lifting of materials, focus sa forklift operator po. Safety hazard, poor housekeeping. So, overloaded po yung forklift. And then the operator cannot see the pathway and also not wearing PPE. Possible effect might hit people or objects along the way. And then in front of that, tara po merong objects being lifted not securely tied. Okay. And then no enclosure ribbon around the area where lifting is done. So objects might fall on passersby, causing injury like fracture or head trauma. For health hazard, vibration, whole body may cause musculoskeletal problem or back pain. That's all for group 2 po.
Wow,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you very much, group number 2, kay Ma'am Jonah. Maraming salamat po for that detailed explanation. At least no, you can easily identify potential hazard and its possible health and safety effect. Okay. Now let's move forward to group number 3. Okay, the group number 3 will present the production area. Who is the one that will represent group number 3, production area?
Yes, hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Jacinto.
Yes, okay. Our presenting for today is about our works of hazard identification and risk assessment of group 3. It's sort of about production area. So as you can see here, sir. Wait lang sir kasi hindi sa akin yung hindi sa akin yung tawag dito, yung presentation eh.
Okay lang sir Mario.
Ayan. So makikita nyo rito sa una pa lang sa sorting of food product nila. Marami tayong nakita na na mga hazard. Unang-una, wala po silang yung tinatawag nilang 5S principle. Hindi po siya applicable doon, hindi nila in-apply yon, kaya tignan nyo parang messy yung surroundings nila. And then yung hazard din na walang mga machine guard, yung mga machine nila, isa rin po yan kasi makikita nyo yung nasa gitna, sir, na yung pinapasok niya yung kamay niya doon sa loob ng machine natin, yung sa loob ng machine natin is magre-result yan ng possible effect yan, mapuputol yung kamay niya through laceration or magdudulot niya ng amputation, or most possibly pag naupusan ka ng dugo, it causes death.
Yeah, that's right.
Yan. And then the second one is about yung presence ng liquids or yung improper na paglalagay ng mga inumin or mga kanin. Kagaya niyan, nakikita nyo sa may bandang taas niya, sa may bandang gitna, mayroon siyang soft drinks dyan or tubig. So if yan is nasagi, magkakaroon tayo ng electrocution sa mga trabahador. Or di kaya, most possible yan, magkakos yan ng fire para sa natin, sa buong area natin. Kasi magkakos yan ng fire. Yung improper na paglalagay ng mga hindi naman kailangan sa workplace. And then titignan nyo rin, sir, madam, yung hindi sila napagsusuot ng mga safety gloves, mga pag nag-handle sila ng mga food product natin, magkakaroon din sila kasi yung mga food natin, sir, madam, is actually may mga may mga chemical yan. And then pwede yang mag-irritate sa skin nyo, and pwede rin sa ibang tao pag binenta yan, since food yan, is mag-spread ng bacteria or mga viruses na sanhi ng pagkakasakit natin. And then mayroon din dito na makikita nyo is visitation during work hours. Kumbaga unwanted visitors na hindi naman wala silang proper na PPEs. Wala silang face mask, yan mga walang proper na protection sa kanila. So sa ganun, front sila sa mga insulation ng dust. Makikita nyo rin sa may bandang likod nila, sir, is meron ding na-spill na tubig dyan or parang something liquid, parang langis or oil. Pwede rin po yung mag-cause ng pagkadulas nila at resulting to injury. Next slide po, sir. And then dito rin sa isang punta tayo sa pangatlong presentation namin is about dun sa pag-transport ng mga products. Ayun, makikita nyo dito sa itong forklift na to which is overload na po siya. So hindi na niya makita yung harapan niya or yung dadaanan niya. So possible yan, makabangga siya ng tao Siyempre, pag nakabangga ka ng tao, serious or minor injury, magkakaroon siya ng bone fractures or resulting to death. And then, isa pa, nakikita nyo rin dito, isa pang possible cause nito, sir, is about dun sa stress due to production deadlines or naghahabol ka, double quota, mga ganon. So isa din po yan na cause ng hazard. Ang nag-aano po yan kasi, nagkakosya ng possible effect niyan is magkakaroon po tayo ng high blood pressure, yan, magde-develop ng dahil sa fatigue ka na, magde-develop ng weakness sa katawan mo, magkakos ka ng magkakasakit. And then, pwede mo ring ikamatay kung if possible. Kung maaari, kung sakasakali kasi nga dahil sa due to sa fatigue mo na, hindi mo na naalagaan yung ano mo, yung katawan mo. So that's all, sir.
Thank you, Sir Mario. Maraming salamat po, no, for that detailed presentation. Doon po sa item number 3 niyo, sir, yung forklift, the new wording is accident due to overloading of a forklift. Pwede nyo ilagay doon, sir, is insufficient view to the operator due to overloaded forklift. Para ganun.
Okay po. Noted po, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir. And then your effect na pwede siya ma-disgrasya or ma-injured. Maraming salamat po. Number 3. No? Expert na masyado yung presentation ninyo. Now, let's proceed to group number 4. You're going to present the operation area. Okay, group number 4. Sir Raul. Yan.
Magaling yan.
Yun.
Napakagaling yan.
Mabalasik.
Makinig nga tayo dyan. Group number 4.
Yes po.
Operation area. Ito po yung
operation talaga yan.
Team namin, si Rick Tutorio, Ninyo Cabilis, Pamela Gabino, Raymond Paro, Milagrosa Fortaleza, Raha Cocol, and si Mr. Raimondo. Si Raimondo pala, sorry. So, ang ipe-present namin is, yun nga, operation area. So, number 1 namin is yung welding activity. So, ito yun, welding activity sa area na to. So, hazard identification, pwede magkaroon ng fire. Tapos, wala din siyang PPE, eye shield, or gloves. So, possible effects niya is blindness, eye irritation, saka skin burn. Number 2 naman is working at high. Dito po, ito po siya sa area na to. Parang may ginagawa siya. So, pwede siyang ma-fall or mahulog or mag-collapse yung ginamit ng ladder. So, wala din silang harness ginamit na ikakabit. So, possible effects niya is body injury and bone fracture. Number 3 namin is machine lifting. Ito yung area na to. So, dito lang masyado nakuha yung picture. Pero may binubuhat po sila. So, itong tao na to is nasa work under suspended load area. And PPE, wala po siyang safety shoes. So, possibility din siya is baka mahulog yung yung binubuhat. Pwede siya mapunta sa fatality, body injury, or bone fracture. Then, walking at operation area, ito po siyang tao na to. So, naglalakad po siya. So, pwede po siyang madulas dito sa mga unleveled chemicals na to. Ito, may natapon po siya chemical. Tapos, yun, possible effect niya, body injury. Pwede siya mahulog dito pag nadulas siya, fall at the open manhole. Then, skin burn, kasi alam ko kung ano siya, pwede siyang acid chemicals, pwede din siya masunog yung skin niya. Number 5 namin is smoking near unleveled gas cylinder. Ito siya. Naninigarilyo po siya dito sa banaya. So, pwede siya mag-cause ng fire or explosion. So, pag explosion, yung fatality po yung mangyayari. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat Sir Raul. Sir Raul, pakibalik po dun sa presentation niyo po.
Sorry, sige po.
Salamat po, group number 4. Okay, so masyadong busy po itong operations area. A lot of activities, a lot of potential hazard. Welding activity, what sinabi po ng group 4, there is a fire potential. And also, because fire potential, because specific natin is no fire extinguisher on standby while ongoing hot works. Okay? Another thing is the person not wearing proper PPE, parentheses, welding shield. Ganun po. So, in identifying hazard, you should be specific. What kind of PPE ang insufficient po sa ating mga workers? And also, bakit po considered siya as fire hazard? Ano po ang kulang? We all know, no? In doing hot works such as welding works, gas cutting, grinding, okay? There should be fire extinguisher on standby, fire watchman deployed, and also fire blanket, and there should be no potential flammable or combustible materials surrounding it. Possible effect of that is fire because there's no fire extinguisher on standby. Another thing is no proper PPE, the eye shield, no, or the welding shield niya can cause blindness or eye irritation. Working at heights, no, nakita ni Sir dito sa gumagamit po siya ng A-type ladder. So, wala po siyang what can you say na consider siya as fall potential? Ano pong kulang sa kanya? Ano po? So, we should be specific. In relation naman guys of working at heights, no? According to the principle that beyond 1.8 meters, there should be a fall protection. Fall protection doesn't mean that mag-harness agad ang mga tao, no? Fall protection could be installation of railings, okay? There should be a barrier, there should be a guard or whatever. Or other thing, we can put the proper PPE. We all know that as part of the hierarchy of control, the PPE is the last line of defense. We need to use other control measure muna bago tayo mag-jump into PPE, such as the elimination, substitution, engineering, admin control, and PPE. And I'm sure as part of your topic in hazard control measures, madidiscuss din yan siya. And walking at operations area, sleeping hazard because there is an oil at the ground surface, no? So sleeping hazard. Smoking near an unlabeled gas cylinder, there is a fire. So that's good. There's no signages installed for that. Okay, the person is not aware that that is a fire hazard. So for that, thank you very much, group number 4. Let's proceed now to group number 5, the event area. Okay, welcome group number 5.
Hello sir, good morning.
Hello sir.
Kami po yung group number 5.
Yes po sir.
So, kanina napag-usapan po natin na wala po kami yung presentation. Pictures lang po dahil
it's okay sir, no problem po. Just discuss the sit sir. I will show na lang sir yung picture na lang po para makita nila, and then you are going to discuss.
Okay, sige po.
Okay, hold on po. Okay.
Good morning everyone.
Ayun. Thank you sir.
So as you can see, there's a lot of hazard in this picture. But pumili lang po kami ng 3 at ang gagawin ko na lang po is i-connect ko na lang po siya for another hazard. Kasi since wala kami nung ginawa nyo, tignan ko na lang kung kaya ko siya connect for the other possibility of danger hazard dito. Number 1 namin, of course, is a old lady na walking into car park, na papunta siya sa car park na 1,000 meters pa. So equivalent of 1 kilometer. So ang kanyang safety hazard dito is exposed siya sa sun. So possible effect niya is heat stroke, skin burn, and alam naman natin na once na nainitan tayo, it may cause of high blood. So high blood pressure, yung ganyan. Next, isang health hazard niya is, nag-walking siya sa parking lot over 1,000 meter. So it may cause of leg muscle pain, so baka mag-back siya ng hindi siya makahinga properly. So next, we have here yung guy na nasa ladder. So as you can see, safety hazard niya, yung ladder is imbalance. Bali isang paa lang yung nakatungtong, then wala siyang PPE, and it possible collapse. So the man is possible to drop into the ground. So pag nagbagsak siya diyan, makita natin yung isang guy dito na pwede niyang tamaan. And pag natamaan niya yan, tutumba sila parehas. Then it because of injury and fracture, baka magkaroon pa sila ng head trauma. Then pag napatid sila diyan, syempre, nakita naman natin there's a lot of wires na nakalatag dito sa event area, and pwedeng mapigtal, pwedeng matamaan din yung nagsisigarilyo, and pwede rin siyang mag-cause ng sunog sa buong area. Dahil as we can see, itong speaker natin or yung nagsasalita, yung mic niya isira na rin. So it possible na sumabog yan sa kanya, magkaroon din ng sunog kung hindi man sa sigarilyo mag-start. Next is yung lalaki na nasagan. Makikita natin yung nasabi ko kanina is wala siyang proper PPE and wala siyang tulong. Walang katulong, walang naghahawak, walang umaalalay sa kanya. So possible, ayun pa lang, kahit hindi imbalance yung hagdanan niya, possible na siyang malaglag. So again, ang possible na mangyari sa kanya is a lot of casualty, injury, fracture, and pwede madamay lahat. Next is yung number 3 namin, is ito mga batang tumatakbo. Makita po natin, meron po tayo dito tripping hazard, presence of electrical cord na nasa ground. So, pwede magkaroon ng fracture, injury yung mga batang to if ever na mapatid sila. So, ang health hazard nila is mabilis silang tumakbo. So, it may possible na magkaroon sila ng leg and ankle pain. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Group number 5. No? So yun, not only incorporate siya, but it is a work activity, social activity, and then still you can identify different hazards po. Lalo na po yung sa public safety involvement. Okay, and now let's go back to group number 1. Group number 1. I think meron bang output? Guys, yung nakatapos na po, kindly save your files into PDF, and then please write the name of your group members and then email it po sa rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Okay, no? Pakisend lang po ulit sa RBA website email ad, save it into PDF file, and then pakisulat po ang mga group members po natin. Okay, I think my problem si group number 1, no? And guys, that's all for our hazard identification. And then this afternoon, dadagdagan po natin yan siya. Same scenario, okay, same situation, same hazard that you identified, and then we will rate it with its risk. Depende po sa kanyang severity and also the probability of exposure if no control measure to be implemented. Okay. So please email again to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com your output, and then please type the name of your group members, because we will send also that to the BOSH Center as part of your mga documentation during our trainings. Okay. Our next topic, guys, is about work environment measurement. Kindly hold on, I will share my screen. Okay? Doon po sa ginawa niyo po output, paki-type na lang po doon the name of your groups and then group number, name of your group members, and then email it sa rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Okay. Pakilagay din po sa subject, no, anong group number po kayo. I would like to request other safety officers to please turn on your camera po for having our lecture. Okay, kaya pa? This is our last topic for this morning before we will have our lunch break. Okay, work environment measurement or WEM or yung mga trabaho po ng mga industrial hygienist po natin to measure mga contaminants dyan po sa ating work area kung conducive pa ba siya as workplaces ng ating mga katauhan or mga manggagawa po natin. Work environment measurement. The objective of this topic, guys, is to identify the equipment used by the industrial hygienist and to discuss the evaluation of work environment measurement. Guys, if you hear the word work environment measurement or WEM, it refers to the sampling and analysis carried out in the respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment for the purpose of determining actual conditions therein, according to the OSH standard rule 1077. Ginagawa po natin ang work environment measurement in order for us to check kumusta po ang work environment ng ating mga manggagawa. Safe pa ba sila hanggang andun sila? In the presence of these contaminants, okay, in the presence of these different health hazard. So in this way, we're checking for the area, for the environment, not to the people. Okay, moving forward. Every day, while our workers are working in their workplaces or different areas, okay, there's a lot of health hazard existing. No? Let's review ano yung mga health hazard natin. We have the physical hazard, okay? We have the biological hazard, the chemical hazard, the ergonomics, no? So, sa ganung mga hazard na nakapalibot sa kanila, pwedeng yun po sila makaapekto para yung mga tao natin magkasakit. If that hazard will not be controlled, that contaminant surrounding them could be inhaled by them if no protection or control measure being implemented. Having a skin contact because again, no barrier, or ingested, no? Or kanilang marinig, or kung saan po sila na-expose. And that those contaminants will enter to their body and will affect their different vital organs that will lead them into different illnesses na nakuha nila mismo habang sila po yung nagtatrabaho. Di ba bago po sila pumasok sa atin, kailangan natin ng pre-employment exam to see to it that those people we are hiring are fit to work and healthy. Therefore, habang andyan po sila sa ating mga workplaces, we need to protect their health na sila po ilalabas sa ating mga workplaces na wala silang makuhang sakit galing sa kanilang mga trabaho. Because once these contaminants surrounding them will not be controlled, injury, illnesses, or even death will occur. Industrial hygiene. This is a science that deals with the recognition of potential hazard, evaluate the presence of contaminants, and do control measure of environmental hazard and stresses arising in and from the workplaces, which may impair health, can cause illness, or even discomfort and inefficiency among workers, which may lead to the ineffective production na can hinder also the sustenance of the business of our company. There are different elements of industrial hygiene, guys, as part of the work environment measurement. First is to anticipate potential hazard at site and to evaluate the risk of this certain hazard. As part of the safety officer's roles and responsibilities, every day, we need to anticipate what are the existing hazard na andyan po sa kanilang mga workplaces na pwede ma-expose sa ating mga tao. Recognition of work environment hazard, such as recognizing the entire industry per se, the process being involved, the materials na ang ginagamit po nila, or even the environment of our workers. To evaluate the potential hazard, the method, equipment, or even the calibration of the instrument being used. And also, we need also to determine the control measures as a result of measuring these contaminants, determine the existing control measure in order for us to know the residual, the risk, or even the feasible control measure in order for us to determine if our safety health program are still effective that needed to sustain or kailangan po natin i-revise ang ating existing safety program. As industrial hygienists, guys, we need to collaborate with different people in our workplaces, either with our occupational physicians or company doctors, to get information that they gathered from our sick workers or during their diagnostic procedures, the safety officers or the OH personnel in our company, or even the management and the employees. We have different types of health hazard as our review. We have chemical hazard, no? We have the ergonomics due to body positioning, extraneous activities. We have physical hazard such as exposure to radiation, noise, heat, pressure. We have also biological hazard such as exposure of different microorganisms that can lead us into diseases. I already discussed this one: physical hazard, temperature, pressure, radiation, noise, illumination, and vibration. I will detailedly discuss this during our occupational health topic this afternoon. Chemical hazard such as the solvent, the vapors, the dust or particulates, heavy metals and fumes, gases and smoke, and also acids and mist. No? Example po nito, yung sa gasoline station natin, yung ating mga pump attendants, di ba, while they are filling the fuel sa vehicle, nung hindi pa uso si COVID, nung hindi pa mandatory yung mask, di ba, naamoy natin talaga yung yung smell ng fuel. In the long run ba, what is the possible health effect na pwede mangyari pa sa ating mga fuel attendant po natin? Is it required nung hindi pa uso si COVID na mag-mask po sila or hindi? Because when I had my face-to-face training in Davao City with different gasoline stations, sabi nila na hindi daw required yung mask para sa mga workers, yung hindi pa uso ang COVID because kailangan presentable, titingnan daw yung mga attendants natin. But in reality, kawawa rin sila kasi sila mismo yung first hand na nakakasinghot ng fumes galing doon sa fuel na binifil po nila doon sa mga different vehicle. And then remember guys, the effect of this chemical hazard is chronic. Long term pa lumalabas yung epekto po na yun. Biological hazard such as bacteria, the fungi, the virus, the enzyme, other microorganisms such as the parasite. So right now, even before po, ang exposed lang po sa biological hazard yung nasa mga healthcare facility, but right now all of us are exposed due to this COVID-19 pandemic. Ergonomics due to improperly designed tools in workplaces, improper lifting or reaching, poor visual conditions, or repeated motion in awkward position. Hazard recognition, guys, is recognition of different hazard can be accomplished by walkthrough or site inspection, by reviewing the process involved. Another thing, knowing the raw materials used, products, and byproducts. That's why it is very important also, guys, to secure the safety data sheet of all chemicals that we are handling in our workplaces. No? So ano yung MSDS or SDS? So i-discuss natin yan siya. Gathering of workers' complaints and also securing this material safety data sheet. Safety data sheet or material safety data sheet. Are you familiar with this document, safety officers? It is a summary of important health, safety, and toxicological information of chemicals or mixture ingredients. As a safety guidelines po kasi, bago po tayo kukuha or bago po tayo mag-imbak or maggumamit po ng any chemicals or substances sa ating workplaces, we need to request an SDS or SDS sa mga supplier. No? Safety data sheet or material safety data sheet. Isang dokumento or papel po yan siya na provided by the supplier free of charge. Ano po nakalagay doon sa SDS or MSDS natin? Nakapaloob po doon ang identification of that certain chemical, the composition of information of ingredients of the certain chemical, hazard identification, is that corrosive, flammable, radioactive, combustible? What are the first aid measures to be performed once a certain worker ingests that certain chemical or being contact to his skin or na-inhale po niya? So nakalagay po yan siya dun sa SDS. The firefighting measures. Anong klaseng fire extinguisher ang ating pwedeng gagamitin? Once there will be a fire created because of that certain chemical, okay lang ba A-type fire extinguisher, B or C-type fire X? Accident release measure. Once na-open yan siya, na-contaminate ang environment, what are the control measures to be implemented? Handling and storage, okay lang ba siya na i-mix natin siya doon sa general materials po natin? O kailangan may sarili siyang container, containment facility with good ventilation, properly locked, and then away from open flame. Ganun po. Personal protection to be used or PPE. Usually kasi sa atin, nakasanayan, we are so reactive. Doon pa tayo magsisecure po ng PPE once andun na po yung trabaho. We need to be proactive. Studying everything. Doing plan or doing something prior the incident will happen. Therefore, if we have this SDS, alam na natin, kailangan natin ng klaseng rubber gloves in handling that chemicals because the cotton gloves still is not good because it will absorb the liquid. So bago natin siya magpapasok sa ating establishment, we already purchased these different kinds of rubber gloves for the protection of our people. No? So itong klaseng PPE na instruction, andun yan siya nakapaloob sa SDS. The physical and chemical properties of the chemicals, stability and activity, the toxic information, ecological information, disposal consideration, saan ba natin siya tatapon? Okay lang ba siya sa general waste? Consider ba siya as hazardous waste? Okay? Bawal ba siya itapon dun po sa tubig? Okay? The transport information, the regulatory information or other information, all of these things po nakapaloob po dyan sa mismo sa SDS na ipoprovide po ng supplier bago nila i-deliver ang ating mga chemicals. Saan po natin to ilalagay or i-keep ang SDS? Please give copy doon po sa warehouse kung saan po na-i-imbak ang isang chemicals. Doon po sa grupo kung sinong gumagamit ng chemical na yan. At doon po kay safety officer or kay first aider para mapag-aralan nila and they will discuss it during the toolbox meeting or they will prepare in handling for any emergency situation once there will be exposure to the certain chemical. Okay? Having this SDS is part of an admin control of safety. Okay. Moving forward, guys, evaluation of health hazard. Working environment measurement or work environment measurement is a sampling analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working condition and other fundamental elements of work environment. Masyado po kasing specific po sa OSH standard ang ating work environment measurement na kahit sino po hindi basta-basta pwede mag-perform nito once you are not trained. According to the OSH rule 1070, no, the work environment measurement, review lang ha, ginagawa po si WEM, okay, to test, determine the level of contaminants na certain working environment. Checking the area, checking the environment if safe and healthy ba siya to be considered as workplace. Yun po ibig sabihin po ng WEM. WEM is a process of measuring, testing, okay, the level of normal values of different contaminants existing on that area. WEM shall be performed by a safety and medical personnel who have been taken adequate training and experience, especially if you have your internal WEM activity. So hindi lang pwedeng kahit sino lang ang pwedeng mag-perform nito. Kailangan, if you have an internal industrial hygienist, he should undergo training for that. Or kung wala man, you can have a third-party organization to conduct it provided it is accredited by the Occupational Safety and Health Center. According to the Rule 1077 of the OSH standard, for the requirements, work environment measurement shall be include temperature, humidity, pressure, illumination, ventilation, and concentration of substances and noise in a working environment. And those things that I mentioned as are part of physical hazard under health hazard. Your employer or your management shall carry out the work environment measurement in indoor or other places where hazardous work is performed and shall keep a record for such measurement, which shall be available to enforcing authority. Example, may mga karoon na mga inspection. The work environment measurement shall be performed periodically as may be prescribed but not longer than annual. Ang ginagawa ng iba nga nagko-quarter po sila to conduct the SWEM activity. Okay. Another thing, the work environment measurement shall be performed by a safety and medical professional who undergone training. In the event of the inability to perform the WEM, your employer or management shall commission the OSH Center or the DOLE concerned and other institution accredited and organized by the Bureau. So you can call attention doon po sa ating mga OSH Center kung saan po kayo nabilong, kung ano po mga accredited organization na nagkakandak po ng WEM dyan sa area po ninyo. It should be third party accredited by the OSH Center. Prohibition to practice WEM. Establishment shall only seek WEM services from accredited WEM provider. Accredited by whom? By the OSH Center. No person or organization shall be allowed to hire to provide WEM services unless the requirement of this rule are being complied. What are the purpose of conducting work environment measurement? To determine the worker's exposure to harmful level of hazardous substances and physical agents in their workplaces. Another thing, to evaluate both actual and potential exposure to environmental hazard encountered by the workers. Identify different contaminants that has a potential na pwedeng ma-encounter natin mga tauhan. To utilize obtained measurement for recommendation appropriate control measure in the workplace to minimize the exposure level if not eliminated. Di ba doon po sa WEM, they're testing the contaminants in the environment and then there's a normal value. Titingnan po natin kung pasok pa ba tayo sa threshold normal value natin. No? Pasok pa ba siya sa healthy references natin? But does it mean pasok siya doon is healthy na po ha? There are some instances pa rin na may mga taong even as a normal value sila is hindi pa rin natutolerate ng kanilang mga katawan because that person is unhealthy or weak. Another thing purpose of WEM, to maintain work environment that free from hazardous conditions and exposure. Guys, in conducting this work environment measurement, there are different kinds of instrument being used. That's why ang kailangan po dapat, this is only an where even though that this WEM topic is part of our BOSH training, it doesn't mean you are already a trained or competent WEM or WEM provider or WEM professional. It's only an awareness because there's a special training talaga to conduct these WEM activities. Usually it is a 40 hours training, no? So may special topic talaga ito as part of the advanced safety training. Ang dito na ngayon, the purpose of this one just to let you be aware of these activities. Instrument being used such as the lux meter. We are going to check the illumination of the area. Sufficient ba ang ganitong ilaw na gagamitin versus doon po sa trabahong ginagawa po natin mga tauhan? Okay? The psychrometer, the humidity of the environment, the smoke tester, the globe thermometer, checking the heat of the environment. Okay? The sound level meter, check the noise. Baka sobra na siya sa 90 decibels na dapat gumamit ng mga tao ng proper hearing protection or dapat may engineering control na ginagawa such as the acoustic barrier or even the gas detectors. No? And it should be calibrated. Okay? It doesn't mean that you have that machine, it is safe to use na po siya. It should be properly calibrated para accurate po yung reference or value na ating nakuha sa environment. No, we have the lux meter checking the light or illumination, globe meter, the heat, sound level meter checking the noise of the environment, illuminator, okay, psychrometer for the humidity, smoke tester, okay, the gas detector, anemometer, okay, the wind velocity. Okay. We have two types of environmental monitoring, safety officers. We have this area or environmental sampling. Okay. For this area environmental sampling, we're checking for the area by providing different instruments, such as checking the noise in the workroom or gases in a certain confined spaces. No? Ito po ang example ng activities na ginagawa during area or environmental monitoring ng ating mga industrial hygienist. Ano? So yung industrial hygienist, sila yung gumagawa po ng mga WEM activities that they are trained to conduct WEM activities in the certain workplaces. Okay? Area or environmental monitoring is environmental sampling measuring the contaminant concentration in the workroom. The measuring device is placed adjacent to the worker's normal workstation or at fixed location in work area. This kind of monitoring does not provide a good estimate of workers' exposure. No? This kind of test is not checking kung gaano na ba na-expose yung trabahante natin dun sa kanyang tinatrabahuan. But this area environmental sampling helps to pinpoint work areas with high or low exposure level of contaminants. Kung saang portion dun sa room ang may higher level of contaminants. Yung ang determine po ng area or environmental sampling. We have also the second type of environmental monitoring, this personal sampling. No? Yung personal sampling, kanina yung sa area, we are putting a gadget no, doon po sa mismo sa workstation. But dito po sa personal sampling, we are putting gadget very near to the body of a certain person. It is a monitoring of toxic contaminants. Okay, katulad po nito. No? Checking na to siya kung gaano na baka expose ang ating tauhan dun po sa contaminants kung saan po siya nagtatrabaho. Personal sampling is a measurement of particular employee's exposure to airborne contaminants. The measuring device is placed as close as possible to the contaminant's entry port of the body. For example, when monitoring a toxic air contaminant, the measuring device is placed close to the worker's breathing zone, malapit po sa bunganga or sa ilong po niya. The data collected closely approximates the concentration of contaminants to which the worker is being exposed. Okay? Siya po yung nagti-check muna kung gaano ba ka-concentrated ang pwede niyang mahigop habang andun po siya sa area. And that is part of personal sampling. Okay. Evaluation of environmental parameters. Determination of the magnitude of level of hazard with the use of industrial hygiene equipment, and it should be calibrated. Analysis of the sample that they gathered from that certain area, and comparison the measurement result to standard called the threshold limit value. Diba? We're conducting tests to the environment. They are using different equipment. And now, once they get that value, they will compare it to the threshold limit value kung andun ba siya sa normal range, kung saan healthy ang ating mga tauhan. Guys, we need to differentiate also the standard and guidelines. Anong pagkaiba nito? If you hear the word standard, okay, that's a standard reference. Ganun po. A standard is a regulatory requirement established by the published agency. Usually po, ito mga standard po na pinapalabas, yun po ang pinapalabas mismo ng ating government. Like the BOSH standard, yun ang nakalagay, kapat sundin natin. It is uniform to be implemented to all. To serve as the criteria for measuring compliance with the allowable normal values. But if you will use guidelines, the guidelines are advisory and information in content. They do not create any new legal obligations or alter existing obligation created by standard, regulation, or law. Once there's no specific standard on that certain value, a certain company can make a guidelines that is acceptable for them. No? Ulitin ko po. Once wala pong standard ang isang specific measurement or value, a certain organization can create their own guidelines by using different references, either international or local, na pwede nilang ma-adapt. But their guidelines will not alter anong nakalagay po sa standard. Okay. We are using the threshold limit value as part of the standard. Ito po yung reference na considered siya, acceptable siya. Once mag-elevate ka sa TLVs na ganyang parameter, it is unsafe for our workers. Once you are here within the range, it is safe still for our workers. It refers to the airborne concentrations of substances. Threshold limit values refer to time-weighted concentrations for an 8 hours work days and a total of 48 hours work exposure per week or 6 days a week. Okay, example po nito, exposure to acetic acid. Okay, the normal threshold limit value should not reach beyond 10 parts per million of the ppm. Sulfuric acid 0.2, nitric acid 2. So this one guys are indicated po ito doon po sa ating OSH standard, no? Na pwede natin gamitin po. And then while doing this way, yung mga industrial hygienists naman natin, nabibigay sila ng values kung ano na stress din na sa area natin, and then they will compare it to the normal threshold value, and they will give a recommendation for us on what to do in keeping our area safe and healthy. Okay, I'm just showing it to you, example of the threshold limit value as per standard. But once there is another thing, once there's a substance that's not included in the TLV or the standard, the company can adapt guidelines, okay, based on different references that they gathered. Something like this, guys, according to our standard, no? The permissible noise exposure for noise is not beyond 90 decibels. Once they will check an environment, masyadong maingay, umabot na po siya sa 90 decibels. Ibig sabihin po niyan sa 8 hours, no? A person cannot work there beyond 8 hours without wearing any hearing protection. Example, if the noise of the environment is reaching already 100 decibels, a person cannot work on that area beyond 2 hours without any hearing protection. Okay? And these standards are written, no, in the OSH standard. So that, guys, we should be cautious naman po in determining different potential health hazard. And this noise is considered as a physical hazard naman. In the Philippines, ang ating basihan po natin sa permissible noise naman na is 90 decibels. Kailangan na ng hearing protection. But international po, no, in OSHA standard, once the noise is reaching 85 decibels, no, 85 sa kanila, kailangan na po mag-hearing protection. Either they will use the ear muff or earplug. Okay? But other thing, do not jump immediately to the PPE, but please plan other control measure, such as the substitution, engineering control, or admin control. And then, dagdagan natin ng PPE, like putting the acoustic barrier. Okay ha? Ibig sabihin po dito, 90 decibels, there should be a hearing protection already. How about for the illumination? Based sa standard po natin, and then nakuha rin po ng ating mga industrial hygienists. Once the work area involved in yards, roadways, or outside, no, outside perimeter po natin or outdoors, kailangan lang natin ng at least mga 20 lux of illumination. Okay? We have naman a gadget for that instrument to check the illumination of that area. Example, a work area where discrimination of details is not essential naman, at least 50 lux of light is sufficient. How about activity such as semi-furnished iron or steel products or production? At least you have a 100 lux of illumination. Okay? Another thing, example now, we give where close discrimination of details is essential for office desk work with intermittent reading and writing or flings or mail sorting. Office area. Gaano ba ang ilaw na standard para dyan? Kailangan aabot o siya ng at least 300 lux of illumination. Okay. How about activity related to masyadong na maliit? no? Such as accounting works, bookkeeping, drafting, steno works, na kailangan keen ang iyong observation dun sa maliit na portion, at least you have a 500 to 1,000 lakhs. And these things are part of our standards. Okay, just for familiarization. No need to memorize, you can get this reference naman po. Okay, for the summary, guys, of our work environment measurement, okay, before we will have our lunch break, no? The Rule 1071 of the OSH standard establishes threshold limit values for toxic and carcinogenic substances and physical agents which may be present in the atmospheric of the work environment. The threshold limit values refers to airborne concentration of substances and represent condition under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed daily without any adverse effect. Contaminants should not exceed the normal TLVs in order to maintain healthful working condition. But again, it doesn't mean that you are already belong to the normal TLV, safe na siya sa lahat ng tao. May mga tao pa rin tayong mga weak, tsaka may autoimmune, or may mga sakit na even they are in that working environment that is within the normal TLV, pwede pa rin silang magkasakit. Therefore, we need to have a keen medical surveillance to all our workers. Identify sino yung mga immunocompromised po natin. Air sampling and area monitoring is important in identifying the level of exposure. Okay? WEM sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric work environment and other fundamental elements of working environment for the purpose of determining the actual condition. In layman's term, the work environment measurement is checking the environment through different instruments or parameters in order as to determine if that area is conducive for working workplace to all our workers. Okay? And then, hindi po tayo lahat pwede mag-conduct ng work environment measurement. We should have a competent, trained industrial hygienist or seek for a third-party organization to conduct these WEM activities. Okay? In keeping our people healthy at all times. And that's all for work environment measurement. Thank you very much, safety officers. Okay? For this afternoon, guys, no, we have a topic of occupational health or medical surveillance. At the same time, we are going to discuss also COVID prevention and control in workplaces. And we have our last workshop. Yung kaninang output po ninyo, dadagdagan po natin ng risk assessment. Okay? So, enjoy your lunch and then please be back here in Zoom by 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, safety officers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mag-leave muna tayo.
Thank you po.
Stop. Kaya mo na kumain na to.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees' Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Patino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC, it's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging BOSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging BOSH champion. Isama natin sila.
"5S". Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Sesa, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout-tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout-tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing. Ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
Pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
pamilya ang panalo.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. Office of the Executive Director who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa, o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang panalo.
huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
Okay, good afternoon, safety officers. Maayong hapon.
Good afternoon.
Yan po, kumusta po ang lunch ninyo? Yan. Si Ma'am Jonah, yung safety officer po sa school, ma'am, no? Oh, yun. Kasi nakita ko yung logo ng school ninyo. Ang daming taga-Shell dito. So after ng lecture mamaya, pupunta ko ng Shell, magpapagas ng fuel save. That's 5 pesos ang unleaded.
Ang Shell yan, sir.
Actually, I'm here in Jensen. Kasi when I had may Shell lang ba dito ang gas station? May ibang brand? Para hindi bayad.
Shell lang, sir. Huwag kayo mag-alala.
Okay. May po kasi may BOSH last month and then mostly of them mga gas stations. Sabi ng taga isang gas station na CEO yata yun, ganun. Sabi niya, alam niyo sir, sa Shell ako nagpapagas kahit hindi ka brand namin. Kasi even though mahal daw si Shell, nakakatipid daw ng fuel. Matagal na burn yung fuel.
Tama yun, sir.
Totoo naman rin yun. Oh, in-endorse ko na kayo ha. Mahal kayo compared to other brand pero in relation to save talaga na sa katipid. Yung other brand kasi mura pero madaling ma-burn yung gasolina.
Yun.
Oh. So Shell po tayo mga kasama.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So padala niyo dito sa Jensen yung gasolina niyo ha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sige po. Okay, before this afternoon we have only 2 topics guys. We going to this 3 topics rather. Medical surveillance, and then COVID, and then also we will have the last workshop. But before that, magbi-video muna ako.
Wala pong audio.
Walang audio. Sorry po. I'll check here. Wala kasi yung audio dito eh. Okay. Okay, good afternoon once again, safety officer. So, this is a sleeping time, no? It's 1 o'clock. So, may inaantok mamaya, huwag natin istorbohin. Kasi ang sarap talaga mag-siesta once na sa afternoon. Don't worry po. Medyo boring din yung topic natin ngayon. It's about medical, no? May mga nurses ba tayo dito? Medtech or medical related? Si Ma'am Jonah is a nurse. Yun, actually may kasama ko dito ngayon. Kung may makalimutan ako, tatawagin ko si Ma'am Claire. Ma'am Claire, you're the school nurse?
Yes po. School nurse.
Okay. So, di ka na pupunta ng US?
Di na po.
Galing ka na po sa abroad, ma'am?
Hindi po. I've been teaching for 25 years.
Okay. Pero if there's a chance, mama, magpapa-US tayo kasi nasa 500,000 na daw monthly ngayon.
Okay lang?
Dito lang tayo, no? Mas maganda sa Pilipinas.
Relax dito, relax.
Relax. Yeah. Peace of mind. Okay. So this afternoon, guys, we're going to discuss medical surveillance or dati, ang tawag dito is occupational health. No? Tulad sa sinabi ko, mga safety officer, tayong nasa OSH, we are more focused on safety because the impact of the safety instances is immediate. No? For housekeeping, electrocution, immediately makakuryentehan ka, matusok, mahulog. But in relation to medical or health hazard, we are just ignoring it because the result is matagal pa, gradual, dahan-dahan. So parang hindi binibigyan ng importansya. But you know what? You're not only to be called as a safety officer. You are to be called as a safety and health officer. Kaligtasan at kalusugan ng tao, dapat proteksyonan po natin habang sila po andyan sa ating mga pagawaan. No? Therefore, we should have a safety eye to easily identify potential safety and also the health hazard that we discussed kanina po sa ating discussion about hazard identification. We have the physical hazard, biological, chemical, ergonomics, and the social hazard, which is na-fall dito po sa medical surveillance. Okay? If you have any question, mga kasama, just raise your hand po ha. And then me and Ma'am Claire will answer all your question about health. Okay. Another thing is, dito po sa topic na ito, bawal po ang hindi open-minded. Open-minded ba kayo? Okay. Yung mga, hindi to networking guys ha. Open-minded to, bawal dito medyo conservative. Okay na? Kasi usually po, nasa health, mga malilibog. Okay, yun ha. So para, ano po yun, para energize po tayo sa panahon ng 1 to 3, that is pangtulog time. Okay, moving forward, safety officers. At the end of this topic, you safety officer will be able to discuss what are medical surveillance and biological monitoring as strategies in examining health condition of workers. Guys, if I will highlight words, please take it note because it will be part of your post-test. No? I think after your 5 days training, you will have your 100-item post-test. Okay? So, mamaya, either I will give you words and then please take it note and that will be included in your post-test on the last day. Discuss or describe the different steps in conducting medical surveillance, discuss different occupational health programs in the workplace, and identify what are the roles of a safety officer for the implementation of medical surveillance. Safety officers. We have 3 methods of workplace exposure monitoring. Okay ha? We have the WEM, biological monitoring, and also medical surveillance. Okay, magtatanong mo si Sir Relly sa last day. What are the 3 methods of workplace exposure monitoring? Okay, your answer should be WEM, biological monitoring, and medical surveillance. Okay, we will discuss that in detail. WEM, na-discuss natin kanina, that is work environment measurement. It refers to the sampling of analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working condition or environment and other fundamental element of working environment. In layman's term po, ulitin ko, si WEM po ginagawa to test the environment if it is conducive as a workplace, healthy for our people. The purpose of WEM, again, is to determine the worker's exposure to harmful level to hazardous substances and physical agents in the workplace. And also to evaluate both actual and potential exposure.
Slide. Excuse me, sir.
Walang slide. Kindly. Thank you, Sir Jojo. Ikaw lang po nag-open ng issue na walang slide. Sila masyadong tahimik. Hindi ko po na-open. Thank you for that. Guys, bakit ang tahimik yun? Hindi kayo reklamo na hindi ko na-screen share. Okay, balikan po natin ha. Thank you for that, Sir Jojo. Okay. Again ha, we have three methods of workplace exposure monitoring. We have the WEM, biological monitoring, and medical surveillance. No? So WEM is the testing of the environment. If it is conducive to work, the purpose is to determine the workplace exposure, to evaluate the both actual and potential exposure to work environment, and to obtain measurement for recommendation of appropriate control measure in the workplace to minimize the exposure of level if not eliminated. Now, di ba naman pag in order for us to respond to a certain hazard, either we will eliminate it totally or just minimizing the risk by using other control measure such as the substitution, engineering, admin, and also the PPE. To determine work environment, okay, that free from hazardous condition and exposure. The third method of workplace exposure monitoring, guys, is biological monitoring. Kung kanina po sa WEM, we are testing the environment. Now, dito po sa biological monitoring, we are testing the person that is involved in the hazard exposure. In this biological monitoring, it is the examination of materials, the specimen of a certain person that is involved, by checking his blood, the urine, or other body specimen. Okay? To check the concentration, to check if there will be an ailment na nangyari po sa kanya habang siya po na-expose doon po sa substances that can cause harm. The purpose of biological monitoring is to detect the amount of chemicals that has entered the body from all sources of contact, either through skin absorption, inhalation, or ingestion. The third method, safety officers, for workplace exposure monitoring is medical surveillance. Guys, can you hold? Okay. The third method, guys, is the medical surveillance. It is the analysis of health information to look for the problem that may be occurring in the workplace that requires target prevention. This is the totality of the implementation of the occupational health in your workplaces. Okay. Next slide. The purpose of medical surveillance or conducting medical surveillance in your workplace is to prevent any illnesses to happen or to discover new cases due to different health hazards existing in your workplace. And also, for early detection of work-related health problems and determining its cause. The role of medical surveillance is to help promote and maintain the highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of workers. The primary goal of this medical surveillance is making your people healthy while they are in their duration of work in your company. Prevent workers from departure due to health problem that they receive or develop habang sila po andyan sa workplaces. Pangalagaan ang ating mga tauhan na hindi po sila aalis o mawalan tayo ng trabahante dahil sila po nakasakit habang sila po nagtatrabaho sa atin. Develop and implement control measures through a safety inspection audit or hazard identification to prevent occupational illnesses or diseases. And another thing, help place and maintain a worker in occupational environment adapted to his physiological and psychological capabilities. Why do we need to conduct medical surveillance in our workplaces? Because we believe, guys, that bawat trabahante o tauhan, klase-klase po yan sila. Hindi po ibig sabihin na kung may mga medical certificates na fit to work, healthy na talaga yan sila to be deployed or assigned to the working area. Workers' population is not homogeneous. Monitor of certain high-risk groups. Sino ba dyan na may mga comorbid, may mga hypertension, madaling magkasakit, may sakit sa baga. Okay? Hazard level within safe or acceptable limits or nasa loob po siya ng normal threshold limit value do not guarantee that the workers won't be affected. and also to meet the DOLE or other government regulation. What are the steps, guys, of conducting medical surveillance? First is identification of hazard and the exposure. Second, to identify what are the health risks if a certain person is exposed to that certain hazard. Number 3, selection of medical screening. 4 is how to interpret or our data interpretation of the test that we conducted to that certain person. 5th is to communication of result to the involved person and also to other members of our organization so that they will be aware what is the present health situation of our company. 6 is for record keeping, documentation, and submission of report to DOLE and also to the management. 7, evaluation of the effectiveness of control measure. Yes, we identify potential hazard. Yes, we know what is the health effect of it. Yes, we implemented control measure, but still we need to evaluate if that control measure is effective so that we will sustain that program, or that implementation is not effective. Therefore, we need to revise our program and change our strategies. First step of medical surveillance is identification of potential hazard. Safety officers should have a safety and health eye, can easily identify potential hazard at site. By the way, guys, what is hazard again? Hazard is anything that can lead us into fatality, injury, first aid cases, okay, or even death or property damage. Hazard also could be an every part of our everyday living. Therefore, we need to do proper control measure of it. Either eliminate it because it's not useful or just minimizing the risk by using other control measure. By hazard identification, we will do safety audit, safety inspection, gather information from the people, checking the situation, okay? By gathering or conducting the WEM by our competent industrial hygienist, okay? And also getting other information such as the references or other SDS or medical records of our people. Second steps of conducting medical surveillance is to identify what is the health effect if there will be no control measure to be implemented upon our identification of a certain hazard. Di ba alam natin yan, delikado? Pwede mag-cause ng harm? Siyempre, kung wala tayong gawin, ano pwede mangyari niyan? No? So yun dapat ang meron sa ating mindset, mga safety officer. We will review, no? Hazard. Classify it, either safety hazard or health hazard. Under health hazard, ano po yan sila? Okay, please take note. What are the health hazards? It is physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard, ergonomics or social or psychosocial hazard. Okay ha? Lalabas sa exam. That is 5 points po. Okay. Ating isa-isahin po siya. Ano yung under sa physical hazard? Ano yung chemical, bio, ergonomics, and social hazard? Okay? If we hear the word physical hazard, it is due to exposure of too much noise, exposure to vibration, radiation, defective illumination or poor illumination, extreme temperature, or presence of extreme pressure. If you hear the word naman chemical hazard, either due to exposure to dust, gases, vapors, fumes, mist, etc. Kanina during your workshop, narinig ko, the person is smoking, saan naging siya ibilong? Biological hazard ba siya or sa chemical hazard? And I appreciated it because sinabi ng kasama natin, that's a chemical hazard. Na-inhale natin yung smoke ng cigarette containing a lot of chemicals. Okay. And then, we have another thing is we have a biological hazard. Due to this different microorganism causing us infection that will lead us into diseases, either exposure to virus, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, or parasite. Okay? And also, we have this ergonomics hazard due to this carrying too much weight, okay? Extraneous activities, awkward positioning, okay? Poor body mechanics, and that belongs to ergonomics hazard. And also, the fifth hazard under health is the psychosocial or social hazard. Okay. Pupunta tayo mas deeper po. Example of workplaces, okay, that there will be a hazard and what are the target organ system that will be affected. Example nito, if you're under sa mining or construction, very common that you're exposed to dust. Okay? And also, if there will be no control for that dust, it can lead to lung problem. If you belong to an agriculture sector, you're exposed to chemical hazard. And it can lead to eye irritation, okay? Problem to your liver, your kidney, or other vital organs. Okay? Example, another thing is if you belong to stevedoring activity, nasa pier, okay? You too much lifting of a heavy object, it can lead to MSD, no? Musculoskeletal disorder or body pain. If you belong to a garments or sewing and there's a lot of machineries, you're exposed to this noise or physical hazard that can lead to disorder to your hearing, sense of hearing. Okay. Noise as part of physical hazard. Okay ha? Ulitin ko po. Noise is part of physical hazard under health hazard. Due to this equipment, power tools, machineries. Example po nito is mga generators, heavy equipment, ganun po. Sa inyo ba, Sir Alvin, may mga equipment or machineries na masyadong maingay? Yan, hindi ko narinig Sir Alvin. So, Sir Raymond na tanungin ko. Sir Raymond, sa inyong workplace po ba mayroong mga area or equipment na masyadong maingay po? Na considered as health hazard na?
Wala naman po, sir.
Wala naman. That's good, no? Because once mayroong maingay masyado is, yun, it can be considered as a physical hazard under health. Pero what if, Sir Raymond, sahod mo, tapos matagal ka mag-uwi sa bahay, and then pag-uwi mo, lasing ka na, and then kulang yung binibigay mong sahod, anong mangyayari sa bahay? Meron bang noise hazard na mangyayari?
Yung hazard, boss.
Po?
Yes, sir. Meron yun. Sigurado po yun.
O yun, merong noise hazard, sir, no?
Madaming hazard yun.
Maraming hazard. Therefore, we will do other control measure to prevent that hazard or noise hazard pagdating sa bahay. Number one control measure, sir, is elimination. Huwag na elimination kasi pinakasalan mo yan. No? Substitution. Hindi na uso ang substitution. Sa amin na yan sa Mindanao, pwede ka maraming asawa. How about engineering control? Hindi applicable. Admin control. Admin control natin is umuwi ng maaga, mag-remit ng maayos. Okay. And the last control is PPE. Magdala po ng earplug. Okay? Because every day, there's a lot of hazard pa rin, not only in workplace, na ma-encounter. Tama, Sir Raymond, no? Okay. Noise. Normally describes a loud, sudden, harsh, irritating sound. Can cause noise-induced or hearing loss. Our prevention is avoid overexposure to noisy surroundings. Provide proper PPE such as earplugs or ear muff. Pagpunta mo sa area, may malaking generator, may mga tauhan na tatrabaho doon, masyadong kawawa kasi pag test mo, it is beyond 90 decibels. So do not jump immediately by providing ear muff. Think first with other control measures, no? Example, elimination. No, we can't eliminate that one because that is the generator is part of our everyday living, part of our operation. Substitution, pwede mag-suggest, masyado ng mahal. Other equipment na same ang impact pero less ang kanyang noise na pinoproduce. No? Engineering control, we will provide a proper acoustic barrier, acoustic board para hindi lumalabas yung ingay. And then admin control, we will provide signages, danger, noise hazard, wear your earplug or ear muff. And lastly, provide proper PPE to your workers. The health effect of exposure to noise is tinnitus or neuropsychological disturbances can lead to headache, fatigue, sleepiness, or irritability. Okay? Or even noise-induced hearing loss. Other health effect, guys, it can lead to cardiovascular system disturbances, can lead to hypertension or even cardiac diseases. Or even, papunta rin tayo sa digestive disorder. No? Mahabi yung tiyan nyo because there will be a production of gastric acid due to this irritating noise that you hear from time to time. According to the standard, no? If you reach to 90 decibels, you need to have a hearing protection already. You're not allowed to work there beyond 8 hours in work. Another example of a hazard that belongs to a physical hazard is vibration. Vibration hazard transmitted through the hands, arms, or other body parts that can cause damage to your nerves or even blood supply or even to your soft tissues, joints of your wrist, hand, arms if it is prolonged exposure. Okay, exposure to these other tools, exposure to these power tools, hand tools, equipment, heavy equipment, and machineries. You are using jackhammer, you are using grinder, electric drill, no? Mga equipment natin, vehicles. Kung too much ang pulong exposure po doon, no? Masyadong delikado po yan sa ating katawan. Either it will lead to whole body vibration or segmental vibration. Segmental vibration is only a body part kung saan exposed siya doon po sa pag-use ng ating equipment that producing vibration, such as using hand tools, okay, ang kamay natin, exposure to that vibration, jackhammer or chainsaw. Yung namang whole body vibration, yung kayo po mismo nakasakay sa equipment. Merong mga compactor o yung pison sa Tagalog, no, na merong vibration mode. We need to have that vibration mode with the compactor para mas ma-compact yung land or yung lupa. Okay, yung earth natin during construction activity. So ang ginagawa po namin yan sa construction is, example, meron kaming pinapa-chipping, no? Gumagamit na ng jackhammer or other hand equipment. Bawal sila magtrabaho more than 3 hours, no, without alternate personnel. Kung pwede lang sila 30 minutes and then rest, other person na naman gagamit na equipment, rest, another person. Alternate sila para mapigilan natin yung too much exposure to vibration. Okay. What are the health effects of having vibration exposure? Hand-arm vibration syndrome, vibration white fingers, numbness, muscle weakening, or joint damage because your nerves and blood vessel will be affected with that tool. Another example of a physical hazard is inadequate or poor illumination in your workplaces. No? Huwag masyadong magpabida, okay? Magpamartir na okay lang walang ilaw, basta go ako sa trabaho. Okay lang siguro sa ngayon. But if you will do it every day, a long period of time, no? Kawawa naman ang iyong mga mata. It will lead to visual fatigue, blurred or double vision, inflammation to your eyes or itchiness, lacrimation, or even eye tissue damage from light exposure. Okay? So, aside from that is exposure to too much temperature. Masyadong mainit, either by environment or you are touching a hot surface. That is part of physical hazard under health. No? Once you're exposed to the very mataas ang temperatura na environment, it can lead to heat exhaustion, heat stress, or worst to worst, heat stroke. That's why sa amin po sa construction, meron po kaming DO13 na merong welfare facility ang ating mga tauhan. And it is also applicable na po sa lahat ng workplaces, ano, as per DO 198-18, that there should be a welfare facility for workers, especially yung nagtatrabaho po sa outdoors. Masyadong mainit, there should be a shed and proper drinking water for them. Okay, sa isang area po na masyadong kulob, kailangan there should be proper ventilation for them to prevent any dehydration to happen. Okay? Because too much heat exposure is part of physical hazard under health. Radiation also, guys, no? From ultraviolet lights, from sunlight and welding, infrared radiation from torch welding and cutting, radio waves from radio transmission devices, or even these lasers. We have this ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. The sources of radiation could be sunlight or welding or other form of heat or lights, no? Common health effects, guys, if not controlled, can lead to skin cancer, sunburn, or even eye injury. Kasi may mga instances kami, nag-welding kami ng mga metal and ini-x-ray na po namin yung metal if it is properly welded sa loob. And we are doing those RT tests, yung x-ray po namin sa metal, during night time na walang trabaho po sa aming site. Kasi masyadong malakas po yung curie o yung radiation na pinoproduce na pwedeng mag-lead into cancer o pwedeng mabaog yung ating mga trabahante. Now we are finished with physical hazard under health. The second health hazard is a chemical hazard. It is a substance that has the potential to cause harm to life and health. I will give you an example, guys. Doon po sa dating workplace ko, meron kaming welding na kailangan niya po ng thinner. Ngayon, pumunta siya sa warehouse, nag-request po siya ng thinner. Alam niyo ba anong nilagyan po ni warehouse man ng thinner? It is an empty, unlabeled mineral water bottle. Unlabeled. Dinala niya yung bottle doon sa site, ginamit ng welder kasi after ng welding, pininturahan niya. May naiwan po na thinner doon sa area. Alam niyo po saan niya nilagay yung mineral water bottle? Doon po sa drinking water jug. Now, may isang worker kaming dumaan na uuhaw, walang basong nakita. Nakita niya po yung unlabeled container. Ininom niya po yung liquid, thinner ang content, buti na lang si thinner is irritating, nasuka niya agad yung liquid. Pero na-burn na po yung throat niya. And that is considered as chemical hazard due to unlabeled container. Diba, guys? Yung mga relasyon na walang label, delikado, okay lang yan sa ngayon. But later on, masisira pa rin kayo once walang label. Applicable siya sa buhay and also in safety. Tama, Ma'am Jeneline? Oh, grabing tao ni Ma'am Jeneline. Tama, no? So that is also a hazard. Itong kaganda ng safety, guys. Not only in workplace, but you will also use this in your everyday life, no? By using risk assessment. Example, yung kasama ko na safety. Pupunta kami sa area. Even if we are not working, nag-analyze kami. Anong risk assessment mo dyan? What is the probability, the severity? Uy, sir, high risk yan, sir. Wag ka mag-overtake, sir. O, ganun. So, same thing sa relasyon, Ma'am Jeneline. Ano ba tayo? May label tayo? Wala. Uy, wala. O, you're a chemical hazard. Hindi kita sasagutin. Parang ganun. Okay. Example sources of this chemical hazard could be a solvent, vapor, acid, gases, dust, or heavy metals. That's why, mga kasama, huwag talaga kayo magpayag na mag-acquire kayo ng chemicals na walang SDS. Kasi ginagawa lang kasi ang SDS yan siya sa mga big companies or planta. But you know what? This is also applicable to all. Hanggat may chemicals kayo na ginagamit sa inyong company or workplace, mag-secure talaga kayo ng safety data sheet. Kasi yun lang ang reference ninyo para kilalanin nyo ng deeper kung anong chemicals yun. You need to also educate those people that are handling that chemicals, or bawal nyo yan gamitin na walang respirator. Dust mask is not sufficient. Kasi po, masyadong masangsang ang amoy, pwede kayo mahilo. Oy, according to the SDS, bawal nyo yan i-handle kung walang cotton gloves. Oy, according to the SDS pala, bawal yan siya itabi, malapit sa nagwe-welding kasi flammable yan siya. And all of these things, nakalagay po sa safety data sheet. Kung hindi po magbigay si supplier, just search it sa Google. Just type it. Example, SDS hydrochloric acid, SDS solvent, ganun po. And then, keep that in your safety office. Give copy to the user and also educate your people during toolbox meeting or during your safety committee meeting. Guys, meron ba kayong safety committee? Wala. Wala na. Alam nyo ba na according kay Dole, obligado ang lahat ng mga workplaces mag-establish o mag-create ng safety committee? And ang chairman po ng safety committee po is ang inyong manager. Kayo po ni safety officer, kayo ang secretary. Obligado kayo magkaroon ng at least once a month na safety committee meeting. Obligado rin kayo mag-submit ng registration ng organizational structure, may copy yan sa SO, no? For your organized safety committee meeting. Obligado rin kayo to submit your MOM quarterly to Dole. Because non-compliance to the establishment of safety committee, I forgot, nasa 30 to 30,000 at ang penalty. 20 to 30,000 per day of violation. So masyadong mabigat. Hindi, maraming tayong trabaho mga safety officer. I believe that the safety officer, you are a manager, you are the faculty, member of the faculty, you're the supervisor, and / you're a safety officer. But do not only do this work as a compliance purposes that you have a certificate to be submitted to Dole. You have a lot to do to protect your people in your workplaces. Okay? Moving forward, in relation to this chemical hazard, guys. Sources, varnish, paint, adhesive, chemicals. Bakit ko na-mention yung safety committee kanina? Because if you will have your safety committee, you will conduct safety committee meeting. And you can discuss to your meeting, for this month, meron tayong bagong chemicals. Based sa SDS, dapat mag-prepare tayo ng ganito. Ito rin ang first aid control measures na gagawin natin once may ma-expose. And that's already a topic in your safety committee. Put that in your MOM. Give copy to Dole that your safety committee is active. All of these things is part of our admin control. Because safety officer, kayo po, ilan tayo dito? We are 45. We should do as safety profession as a vocation, not for compliance purposes. And being a safety officer, you need to do something in proactive approach, not reactive. Anong proactive ba? Anong bang proactive? Doing something prior the accident will happen. Doing something prior the incident will happen. Ano bang usually mindset ni Pilipino? We are so reactive. Okay, approve agad si manager. Mag-purchase tayo ng 5 fire extinguisher ngayon kasi kahapon nasunugan tayo. Tama. Okay, bumili tayo ng first aid kit kasi kahapon may nasugatan, wala tayong pang first aid sa tao. Tapos na aksidente, and we're so reactive. Why if we will change our mindset, our culture in our side? And it should begin in you with the support of your management. Be proactive, doing something, making program, educate your people about safety, inculcate in their mind that safety is not only your responsibility, but it is everybody's responsibility. Hindi nyo po kaya na kayo-kayo lang po. Educate your people. Talk more safety every day. The more you talk safety every day, the less accident will happen. Same thing with also with our chemicals. If your chemicals are properly secured, if your people are educated about the certain chemical, therefore, you will prevent any accident to happen. Kung binawal lang sa site namin yung paglagay po ng chemical sa unlabeled container, sana hindi po yun nangyari sa aming mga tauhan. Ganun po, no? So moving forward, the route of entry of chemical could be due through inhalation, direct contact, or even through ingestion. What are the general classification of toxic effects? No? Either it is a local effect or systemic. If you're exposed to this chemical, please check. Saan po pwede tayo mapektuhan? Local lang ba or once papasok sa katawan natin, anong pwede systemic impact ang mangyayari? Or even the timing of development of the symptoms. Either it is acute or chronic. If you hear the word acute or chronic, kasi anong ibig sabihin ng acute? Yung medyo mild lang. Anong chronic? Yung malala na. No. Acute is chronic, and chronic is in relation to the time. No? Kung ngayon lang yan nangyari, in a short period of time, it is acute. Kung matagal pa maglabas ang impact, it is a long term, that is a chronic. Okay ha? Chronic and acute, it is relation to time. Side effects of chemical exposure. Local toxicity occurs at the site of chemical contact. Most common points at which substance first contact by the body are the skin, the nose, the throat, or even your lungs. Kung saan unang mapasok, ang skin agad ang ma-hurt. No? Kung inyong na-inhale siya, ang ilong nyo agad. Parang ganon. Local toxicity. But ang delikado, it is a systemic toxicity. Pumasok to po sa katawan ninyo. It can damage or affect other vital organs such as your liver, the kidney, your lungs, your brain, your heart, blood vessels, etc. That is a long-term na rin po siya mangyayari. Chemical hazard health effect. It will damage your kidney, guys, your respiratory system, your lungs, it can cause skin diseases, hematologic, your blood, okay, your cardiovascular system, neurologic diseases, your nerves in your brain, or even can cause cancer later on, or even teratogenic, or your baby will be affected if you are pregnant at the time of your exposure. Example, I will cite example of this chemical exposure, such as the welding activity. Inhaling these welding fumes. Welding fumes contain a variety of chemicals depending on what is being welded on. Chemicals make up welding rods, fluxes, and shielding gases. Generally, guys, welding is in confined spaces or welding in stainless steel, which generate hexavalent chromium, are the most hazardous welding activities. That's why we are using the welding shield. It is not only will protect, it will not only protect our eyes or our sight. Protected kasi buong katawan, ang buong face po natin. So ma-minimize lang po yung pag-inhale natin ng mga welding fumes galing dun sa ating paglilinang. Mabuti na lang, there will be an engineering control, may mga local exhaust na po tayo na yung mga welding fumes, no, na napupudos during welding, is nahihigop na po dun sa duct due to that local exhaust or ventilation activity. Prolonged exposure to welding fumes may cause lung damage and various types of cancer, including lungs, the larynx, urinary tract. Health effect may certain from certain fumes may include metal fume fever, stomach ulcer, kidney damage, and nervous system damage in long-term effect. Okay. Another thing, example, related to chemical hazard is exposure to cement. Cement is a fine greenish brown powder produced by heating cement rock or other limestone-bearing materials. Example sources of this are if you are involved in construction activities or cement manufacturing. You will be exposed through inhalation of the cement dust or through skin absorption if you're handling it without any gloves or hand protection or proper PPE. Okay. Exposure to silica dust also can lead to development of lung cancer, silicosis, an irreversible scarring and stiffening of your lungs, kidney disease, and chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. Yung nagbe-break tayo ng mga bricks, ng mga semento, yung alikabok, yan po, okay? It contains a silica dust. Masyado delikado once ma-inhale po natin because we're not using proper respirator or proper PPE to our nose and to our mouth. Okay, we are finished with 2, health hazard. We have this, chemical hazard and physical hazard. The third example of health hazard is biological hazard. Due to microorganism causing diseases, okay? A biological hazard is a substance that produces or possesses threat to health or living organism, primarily humans. This could include a sample of a microorganism, virus, or toxin that can adversely affect human health. Before po, mga safety officer, ang involved lang po sa biohazard is yung nasa hospital, laboratories, because of this, mga dugo, body waste, no? Yung mga procedure po nila. But right now, because of this pandemic, all of us are at threat of this SARS-CoV-2 that will cause COVID-19. Mabuti na lang ngayon is diyan ata sa sa Luzon, no, tumataas ang attack rate, no? Ang positive rate ng ng COVID-19, but mabuti na lang yung usage po ng hospitalization is hindi masyado mataas. Sana magtagumpay na tayo na matapos na tong pandemyang ito. But guys si SARS-CoV-2, that will be forever. Hindi po yan siya mawawala sa world po natin. Sources of biohazard could from the soil, insects, plants, birds, animals, and humans. Ang example ko is, tinatanong ko, when I had my coach training. In your construction site, meron ko yung mga stray dog? Yes, sir. May-ari po ni Puroman, and nobody cares to keep that dog. And that dog, if somebody makagat po ng aso na yan, it is a biological hazard. For housekeeping, presence of stagnant water, breeding area for mosquito. That is part of biological hazard also. Okay. Biological hazard due to microorganism causing infection and to disease. Due to virus, fungi, parasite, or bacteria. Okay. What is fungi? Okay, mga let's put yung mga mushroom. Yes po. A group of living organism which are classified in their own kingdom such as mold, yeast, and mushroom. Most are harmless to human. Some can cause disease such as fungal infection. Another example also of microorganism that can be considered as biohazard is bacteria. It's a single-celled organism that are found in vast number on human body. Some are harmless and some are beneficial, but some can cause diseases. The human body is full of bacteria and in fact is estimated to contain more bacterial cells than human cells. Okay lang po ito sa bacterial infection kasi meron mga antibiotics. No? Pero guys, if you having any infection due to bacteria, do not do self-medication. Do not take any antibiotics without doctor's prescription. Ito kasi mga Pilipino, once ang doktor nagre-reseta po ng antibiotic ng 7 araw, ang ginagawa ninyo, once nawawala yung simptomas nyo 3 araw, you stop taking that antibiotics. Tama. Bakit nawala 3 days? Kasi sinuntok natin ang bacteria in 3 days, nakatulog lang yan siya. Paggising niya po, masyado niya siyang malakas that it will develop na po yung mga resistant na sa antibiotic. Dapat kung sinabi ni doktor na 7 days, tapusin po ang 7 days na treatment. And there should be a doctor's advice or prescription, huwag maniwala sa tabi-tabi lang. Unless lang siguro kung hindi yan siya medical practitioner. Ang ginagawa kasi sa site, Sir, pahingi po ang amoxicillin kasi masakit ang ngipin ko. Di wow, ginawang medical si amoxicillin. No, kasi yan ang sa mindset po nila, no? So, mag-ingat po tayo sa mga medication. Mabuti na lang ngayon ang mga pharmacy, without prescription, they are not, hindi po sila nagbebenta ng mga antibiotics. Okay. Virus. Yun, sikat na sikat. Viral. Masyadong mabilis kumalat. A very small infectious organism that reproduces by hijacking living cells. Ito kasi si virus. Si bacteria kasi, even outside the host body, pwedeng magparami. Pero itong si virus, kailangan niya pang pumasok sa cell ng kanyang host, hijacking that certain cell para to reproduce. And then once it will reproduce, masyado pong mabilis. Okay. That's why yung napansin niyo po, yung umusbong po si COVID-19 way back 2020, even though it was discovered 2019, no? Yung COVID-19 natin na lockdown, pinalockdown tayo para ma-minimize natin yung mga taong palakad-lakad sa daan. Kasi once konti lang tao palakad-lakad sa daan, ma-minimize natin yung mga host na pwedeng mapasukan ng itong mga virus na ito para po sila magparami. Kaya, kasi once if there will be no host,
Wanang asong wana sa kamera. Yawa ang kitan ko.
once po may host, walang tsansa pong magparami po ang virus. And then, example pa natin ng mga biological hazard relation to virus is the SARS-CoV-2, the causative agent of COVID-19. Okay. Next is a parasite. It is an organism that lives in or to another organism and benefits by deriving nutrients at the host expense. Yung mga kailangan niyang pumunta sa isang host niya, kakainin niya po yung nutrients niya para po siya ay mabuhay. Sa atin po ito po yung mga taong manggagamit. Kanina, di ba Ma'am Janelle, no? Mga taong walang label. Ito mga parasite naman ito yung mga taong manggagamit para sila po ay magpataba at sila ay mabuhay. And then once sila ay tumaba at mabuhay na, iiwanan ka lang nila. That's why yung mga parasite ito lumalabas sa mata, sa ilong, kasi masyado na silang marami. Okay? An example also of biological hazard. Okay, we will start example of diseases due to this from common in a workplace. Tetanus. Okay, common no, tetanus. Tetanus is a serious condition caused by infection of a bacteria called Clostridium tetani. It is a serious disease caused by bacterial toxin that affects your nervous system, leading to painful muscle contraction that bacteria usually enters the body through a wound cut or on the skin. Ito kasi, ano bang sabi ng ating mga kaibigan, bakit tayo nagkakatetano? Okay, anong mga chismis? Sir Julius. Yes, Sir Julius. Masyadong attentive to. Sir Julius, ano yung sabi ng mga friends natin? Saan daw galing yung tetano?
Yes,
Kalawang. Kalawang na.
Galing daw sa Kalawang.
Sir, no?
Masugatan.
Masugatan ka ng pako, sir? Na may kalawang? Oo, makatetano daw. Sabi nila, shit, nasugatan ako. Ano nakatusok sa'yo? Pako na may kalawang. Hala, at least ka ng tetanus. Yun. But in reality, guys, mapako ba yan o hindi? May kalawang man o hindi, once there will be an open wound to your skin, there will be a breakdown. That is an opportunity for the Mycobacterium, the opportunity for the Clostridium tetani o the bacteria present in your surrounding na pumasok sa katawan ninyo and then it will lead a tetanus. Bottom line, no? It doesn't mean pala kung kalawangin yan siya or pako. Once pala tayo masugatan, may chance pa rin tayo magka-tetanus. Kasi naghahanap lang pala ng tsansa itong si Clostridium tetani na papasukan tayo sa loob ng katawan natin. Once this certain bacteria will get inside our body, it will multiplies and release neurotoxin that causes symptoms of tetanus to develop. These symptoms include muscle spasm, stiffness throughout your body, particularly in your neck, jaw, or face. Example ito is yung tatawag nga lockjaw. Commonly mistaken that can be acquired through corrosive metal or rusty iron. But in reality, anything pala na pwede tayong masugat, pwede tayong magkatetano kasi si Clostridium tetani, andyan lang sila sa palibot. Therefore, as a safety officer, our proactive approach to prevent this tetanus is to conduct housekeeping and material management. Tanggalin natin yung mga protruding material sharp objects sa ating palibot and providing proper PPE footwear sa ating mga tauhan natin so that there will be no chance of skin injury or breakdown that will cause or lead into tetanus. Okay? So we discussed this already. Common symptoms niya, lockjaw, okay, or muscle contraction. Prevention of tetanus, active immunization with tetanus toxoid. O minsan, pinaparisan natin yan siya ng ATS and careful wound management. Another illness relation to workplace is HIV or AIDS. Okay, sino na ba dito yung nagka-AIDS na dati? Taas ang kamay. Wala ka amin. Okay, ako lang may AIDS. Okay, yan po na. Ang virus po, no? Na nag-cause po ng AIDS ay tinatawag na HIV. And once there will be an infection of this HIV, and there will be a symptoms already, it will lead into a sickness called AIDS. HIV is human immunodeficiency virus. Once you have infection of this HIV, you will have an acquired immunodeficiency virus or syndrome. Sakit po siya, si AIDS. Ang tao po, nakita yung kamay ko, this is the normal level of a healthy person na walang AIDS. Once po ang person doing unhealthy living, may bisyo, hindi natutulog ng maaga, not eating proper diet, bumabagsak po ang immune system ninyo. Once mabagsak po sa immune system, malaki ang tsansa na madali kayong mahawa sa mga sakit na sa palibot po ninyo. But kung magbalik loob po kayo, doing healthy things, exercise, proper diet, sleeping on time, nutrients, vitamins, this immune system level will go back to his normal maximum level. And once okay na yung immune system po ninyo, maliit po ang tsansa na pwede po kayo mahawa ng sakit. You are protected already because your immune system is functioning from low going back to normal. But a person with HIV infection or a person with AIDS, this virus will affect dun po sa immune system ninyo. Babagsak si immune system. Napansin niyo sa wording, immunodeficiency. Immunodeficiency. Deficient to the immune system. Parang ganon. Babagsak po sa immune system ninyo. Once babagsak po yan siya, may katabi po yan siya may sakit, madali lang po siyang mahawaan. That's why po, yung may mga sakit po ng AIDS, namamatay po sila due to other diseases. And naging vessel lang po sa AIDS. Namatay sila due to cancer, namatay sila due to pneumonia, or other illnesses. Sir, what if magbalik loob po ako? I will eat proper diet, good nutrition, etc. Is there a chance po na mabalik sa normal level ang aking immune system? No. There is no chance. Babagsak talaga yan siya. Mabuti na lang, may gamot po sa DOH ngayon na binibigay sa mga AIDS positive natin para tutulungan po na hindi masyadong mabilis ang pagbagsak, but dahan-dahan lang ang pagbagsak. But there's a chance aakyat, no chance for aakyat. Babagsak talaga yan, and that is lifetime already. Okay. According to them, it was believed that these AIDS have originated in non-human primate in West Africa and believed to have transferred to human. So galing daw siya sa unggoy sa West Africa. Paano kaya siya nag-transfer from unggoy to tao? Problema nila yan. Okay? What are the body fluids that are high viral load? Okay? Malaki ang tsansa na pwede kayo mawaan po ng AIDS. Okay? Through blood. Consider blood as one of the most infectious substance or fluid in the body. Consider all blood as infectious at all times talaga. Do not touch blood na walang proper PPE. Consider blood again as infectious. Semen. Okay? Magproteksyon palagi, no? Mag-proper PPE. Okay? Another thing is vaginal and cervical mucus. Vaginal fluid is a carrier of a virus causing AIDS. Breast milk, okay? Amniotic fluid or even cerebrospinal fluid. Yun. Sir, may na-meet ako sa Tinder. Mag-meet up kami mamayang gabi. First time namin mag-meet up, okay lang ba mag-kiss-kiss kami? Baka mawaan pa ako ng AIDS. Ay sir, kagabi pala may ka-date ako. That's why puyat ako ngayon sa BOSH. Galing po yan siya sa Tinder rin. Nag-kiss-kiss po kami sir. Nawaan ba ako ng AIDS? According to the study, kailangan nyo pa ng baldeng laway para mawaan po kayo ng AIDS. But if you do unprotected sex without any protection, pwede kayong magka-AIDS. Okay? So, depende lang yan siya. Baka may sira or may sira rin yung mouth niyo, may sugat, and then may sugat rin siya, and then it will transfer blood to blood, magkaka-AIDS pa rin kayo. Guys, the only protection for us to have AIDS, especially right now kasi, ang sex is very common. No, ay, open-minded kayo ha, baka magalit kayo sa akin. Open-minded ba tayo? Okay. Kasi kung hindi ako maganito, baka antukin kayo. Kayo kasi mga guys,
open-minded yan.
open-minded dapat tayo. Kayo kasi mga guys, no, masyado kayong mapili. Bakit? Bakit kung maganda, hindi kayo nagko-condom? Kung bakit nagko-condom kayo? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Discrimination. Mapangit man yan or hindi, basta first meeting pa ninyo, dapat mag-condom. That is only our protection against this STI or AIDS. Okay? Another thing, ang condom po, hindi po yan siya anting-anting na ilagay po sa wallet na magpaparami ng pera. Kasi po, once you will put that in your wallet, it will put pressure and it will damage the integrity of the rubber of your condom. And later on, if you use it, may open na po yan siya, still, your semen or the vaginal fluid will enter into the condom, magkakasakit pa rin tayo. Okay ha? That is advice for the boys. Nakuha ba mga boys? Seryoso ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Parang mga boys.
Yes, sir.
How about the girls?
Copy.
No. Kayo rin mga girls, this is health education rin guys ha, huwag nyo pinabastos pa ko masyado. Kayo rin mga girls, kasi prone kayo with UTI, di ba? Prone kayo masyado sa UTI because yung daanan po ng ihi ninyo is masyadong short compared to the guys. Alam niyo ba tawag na post-coital UTI? Post mean after, coitus mean sex, UTI. After sex UTI. Ang technique kasi natin, after sex or after malabasan kayo, dapat mag-ihi agad to flush out. Okay? I-flush out natin yung any bacteria that will cause infection. Therefore, pagkatapos, bangon agad, punta ng CR, mag-ihi to prevent UTI to happen. Okay ha? So ako kasi, pag bangon-bangon, ihi agad, ihi. Yun. Huwag mag-higa-higa. Naantok pa ako. Yung UTI, problema na naman. Okay, move forward. Baka preoccupied na tayo. Transmission po, unprotected sex, blood to blood, use of alcohol, use of syringe, no? And mother to baby. Sexual contact, pregnancy, injection, occupational exposure, and even blood transfusion, HIV can be transmitted. The prevention of AIDS is through abstinence. Be mutually faithful and to your partner. Okay? Consistent and use of condom. Do not share needles. Do not use drugs. And educate or early detection. Guys, the AIDS test is not mandatory. It is a voluntary testing. Okay ha? So bawal kayo maggawa ng guidelines na okay, required po lahat ng tao as part of our annual medical exam is magpa-AIDS test po tayo. Bawal po yan siya. Guys, DOLE will do inspection to your establishment. We don't know kailan, but time will come, mag-inspect talaga si DOLE sa inyo. Isa sa hanapin nila, Ma'am, Sir JP, do you have an AIDS prevention and control policy in your Shell station? Okay. It is mandatory, guys, according to Department Order 102-10, that we have a AIDS prevention and control policy in workplaces. Huwag kayo mag-alala kasi meron ng template dyan. You can go directly to the, okay, mamaya na lang, sige. I will send in our group chat lahat ng template about policy, occupational health. Nakagawa na po si DOLE ng template. Ida-download nyo lang po yan siya, fill it out, papirmahan nyo lang po sa manager ninyo, and then pirmahan nyo safety officer that kayo na-prepare, i-discuss nyo sa mga tauhan ninyo kung ano ang policy doon, tapos magpa-attendance, tapos keep it. At that time, DOLE will do inspection sa yung establishment. Sir, may AIDS policy na ba kayo sa workplace? Yes, and ipakita nyo po yung paper sa kanila para ma-close out ang issue. Okay, ha? So, para hindi mahirapan, I will send mamaya before tayo mag-uwi yung ating mga occupational health policy as requirement po ni DOLE. Question. Ma'am Jenny, merong isang aplikante, AIDS positive, mag-a-apply. Tatanggapin mo ba o hindi? The answer is, bawal po siya i-discriminate, bawal siya i-deny once ang reason mo is because you are AIDS positive. Because they are protected by law. Okay? Pwede siguro hindi mo siya tanggapin with other reason, but do not directly because of he is an AIDS positive. You are not hired. Pwede po siyang maghabla or magreklamo. Okay. Another illness in workplace is tuberculosis due to its bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Usually it attacks your lungs that can also damage other parts of your body. Transmission, same with COVID-19. It is a droplet precaution, guys, no? Through sneezing, laughing, mga laway, or fluid from your nose and mouth na magtalsik po sa inyong mga kasamahan that can reach 1 meter in distance. Okay. Signs and symptoms, hemoptysis, okay? Loss of weight. The hemoptysis is yung ano po, pag-amplema nyo po or lumudura na kayo ng dugo. Okay? Weight loss, coughing, more than 2 weeks even though you are taking medication pero inubo pa rin kayo, more than 2 weeks na, possible you have a TB already. Okay, night sweat, fatigue, unintentional weight loss. Okay? If you have this one, go to your TB center, magpa-test po tayo. Kung magpa-x-ray po, mas maganda. Pero once you are positive, it's better magpa-confirmatory tayo ng sputum exam. TB prevention, guys, vaccination. Familiar with BCG, sa mga baby, BCG, no? Yung puipeklat. That is not a vaccination for TB na hindi na kayo maka-TB. Ang itong BCG is only intended para hindi kayo magkaroon ng malalang TB once nahawaan kayo. Parang COVID-19 ba? Sa COVID-19 vaccine. Di ba once you have your Sinovac or other vaccine, pwede pa rin tayo mag-COVID, pero it will prevent the critical cases. Same thing with BCG. Pwede pa rin tayo, even though we have a BCG, pwede pa rin tayo maka-TB, but it prevent us na yung critical na TB. Training education, always cover your mouth and tissue. Yung same, kung ano ang preventive approach po ni preventive and control measure po ni COVID-19, same with TB. No, kasi same sila with droplet precaution, no? Coughing etiquette, okay? Yung ano po, mag-close the mouth natin, ganun. So 1 meter ang distance pa rin na pwede mahawaan. Buti na lang ngayon, mandatory yung mask. So lumiit yung data natin na nagkaroon yung TB cases po natin. Guys, if you have a patient that is a TB positive, refer that to the TB center in DOH. And also, he will be undergoing the 6 months treatment. Depende po yan siya sa kanilang programa. But if that person is taking already a 2 weeks straight of that medication, that person is not contagious anymore. But still, he should continue to take the medication and 6 months treatment. Okay. Kung kanina, kailangan natin ng policy in relation to AIDS prevention, maghahanap rin yan si Dole ng policy on TB control program. Don't worry guys, bibigyan ko pa rin kayo ng template niyan, libre. That is a template of Dole. Just download it, sulatan po ninyo, pirmahan nyo kayo safety officer, pirmahan ni manager, i-discuss sa mga worker, magpa-attendance sheet na na-discuss nyo ang TB policy, and then it's close out issue agad kay Dole. Actually guys, if Dole will do investigation kasi, the penalty is not immediate. Ay, may safety officer kayo, wala. Ay, 40,000, bayad kayo mamaya. Do you have are you submitting the monthly report? Wala po, ay 30,000 yan siya, bayad kayo mamaya. No. Dole will give you a grace period to comply. Usually 90 days of compliance, 3 months. In 3 months, gagawa kayo ng programa, you will comply the findings. Once ma-close out nyo, walang problema. Karon po si Dole. Lalo na kung mapansin nila, you have a willingness to cooperate. Nagpe-penalty lang po sila yung taong nag-promise ng deadline pero wala talagang ginawa, yun may penalty system. Pero once there will be a fatal accident to happen and OSHI will come into your establishment to conduct investigation, may worker kayong namatay or fatal serious disability, immediately Dole will come in, di ba? To conduct investigation. All findings, wala nang grace period. Immediately, kung anong findings nila, there will be a penalty system na kasunod doon. Immediately na kayo, ipipenalize ni Dole. Okay, don't worry. In your last day, you have the Republic Act 11058 topic about the safety law or for non-compliance of the regulation. Okay, another disease, guys, in relation to occupational health is the hepatitis. Hepatitis means inflammation of the liver. It can be caused by virus, drugs, or toxin. There are many different types of this virus that can cause hepatitis. 1 in 4 carriers of the Hep B virus will eventually die of liver cancer or liver failure. Hepa B is the most common cause of liver cancer and liver cirrhosis or the scarring of this liver among us Filipino. Hepatitis B is a viral infection that attacks the liver. It can cause both acute and chronic disease. The virus is transmitted through contact with blood or other body fluids of an infected person. Hepa B is an important occupational hazard for health workers. However, it can be prevented by currently available safe and effective vaccine. Kung takot po kayo magka-AIDS, dapat takot rin kayo magka-Hepa B kasi same lang po ang kanilang mode of transmission. Dati po, no treatment po sa Hepa B. But right now, may treatment naman po siya, but it will cost hundreds of thousands and it is long term. May makakilala po ako ng mga seaman, no, na pagbaba nila sa barko, and then nagpa-test sila ulit because that is a requirement para makasakay ulit, positive with Hepa B, hindi na sila nakaakyat ng barko. Naban na sila sa kanang company. May engineer akong kasama sa construction, hepatitis B positive pa rin. Hindi na siya pinapunta ng abroad because he is a Hepa B. And alam niyo saan nila nakuha? Due to unprotected sex. And they are not aware because those people with AIDS, those people with Hepa B virus, they are very good. Tingnan niyo po nangingilin sila. They are very healthy. Tingnan. Okay? Unlike when COVID-19 positive na, inuubo sila. But those carrier of Hepa B and HIV virus, they are healthy in physical. That's why malaki ang tsansa once kumpiyansa kayo masyado, pwede pa kayong matamaan ng mga sakit na ito. Tingnan niyo po ang transmission ng Hepa B through blood and sex pa rin. Same with AIDS. No? So dapat mag-ingat po tayo. Okay? Vaccination, training education, practice safe sex, avoid direct contact with blood and body fluids, avoid sharing needles, razors, and other sharp items. Even sa mga girls, no, di ba nagpapamanicure kayo, pedicure? And I'm sure doon kayo sa mamahalin ng mga salon. And then, yung mga salon namin na makikure. Ma'am Claire, nagpapasalon kayo, yung mga sterilized yung mga tools na ginagamit, di ba? Yung mamahalin ng mga salon. So, at least prevented po tayo sa mga ganun, sa mga blood-to-blood diseases. Kasi yung ibang mga tools kasi, equipment na hindi sila sterilized, delikado po yan siya na pwede mag-transmit. Kanina po, we discussed that there should be a policy on TB and also with AIDS. There should also be a policy for hepatitis B, according to DOLE, in accordance to Department Advisory 05-10. And I will give you a template of this policy. It is mandatory, guys, that all private establishment and workplaces and work site should formulate and implement TB prevention and control policy program and should be known to all your people. Okay? Next is ergonomics hazard as part of health hazard. Tapos na po tayo doon sa physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard. Okay? Now, we are going to discuss ergonomics hazard. Okay. But, okay, hold on. I will check. Okay. Ergonomics hazard is a process of designing or arranging workplace products and system so that they fit the people who use them. Ang other word for niyan is fitting the job to a worker. Dapat po, ang trabaho ang mag-adjust sa tao, hindi po tayo ang mag-adjust para sa trabaho. To prevent this musculoskeletal disorder. No? Katulad po nito. Nakikita niyo yung picture nito sa upper left portion. Yung taong nagbe-break po or nag-slice ng bricks, overbending, everyday activity. If that activity will not be controlled, no? If there will be no proper health teaching to be given, if you don't have any health and safety program to that activity, I'm sure later on it will create or develop a musculoskeletal disorder to that person. So sa safety officer, ano pwedeng gawin natin? Educate the person, change the program, okay? Revise the procedure of performing that one with cooperation or coordination with the operation team. Kung pwede po, yung bricks ilagay po sa waist level, para habang siya puputol, no need to bend. Kundi nakatayo na lang po siya and then ang trabaho nasa waist level niya po. In that way, we can prevent any stress to the body, strenuous activities, overbending, okay? And that will create a problem to his health na pwede po siyang magkasakit. Ergonomics is due to improper lifting procedure, awkward positioning, prolonged standing or sitting, or even overreaching. Example po nito, no? Yung mga taong involved sa prolonged standing, yung nasa mall, okay, yung mga sales lady po natin, nasa grocery, manufacturing, okay, yung mga gasoline attendant po natin, no? Sinabi pa sa akin ng bakit yung ibang gasoline station na hindi branded, ang kanyang mga pub attendant is nakaupo-upo lang kahit saan. Bakit yung sa Shell palagi nakatayo yung mga pub attendant? Okay. Kasi po yun talaga daw ang instruction na dapat is they should be a model na malayo-malayo yung mga tao, attractive na po sila. So they're exposed to prolonged standing. No, may customer o wala, dapat nakatayo sila. It will reduce blood supply to the affected muscle sa kanilang mga legs. Inflammation to their veins. That's why yung mga nasa mga sales lady natin, ang lalaki ng mga varicose veins nila or even musculoskeletal disorder. Okay. There is a Department Order of Dole 178-17. It is a policy in relation to the activity involved in prolonged standing. Nagsuggest po si Dole na implement rest period to break the time spent on standing, install appropriate flooring or mats, provide table or work surfaces with adjustable heights, provide readily accessible seats, and implement use of footwear which is practical and comfortable. Di ba sa mga sales lady ngayon, bawal na yung mga naka-high heels, di ba? Flat na kanilang mga footwear para hindi masyadong stress po sa kanilang mga legs if they are involved in prolonged standing. Pwede rin po na may mga break time po sila. Every 2 hours, may break time po sila na pwede silang makaupo, no? Ganun po. How about yung mga taong involved sa prolonged sitting? That is also an ergonomic issue. It can lead to musculoskeletal disorder, obesity, no movement na kasi ang trabaho ninyo nasa utak na palagi. Okay? Your brain is working for you for the whole day. Parang ganun. Mga trabaho ng mga supervisor, mga managers po natin, management, operations head po natin. Anxiety, disorder, diabetes, okay? Increased risk of death. Mga sakit po ng mga manager. Yun po, no? Mga prolonged sitting activity. So nagpalabas rin po ng guidelines na si Dole, no? Na kailangan meron tayong mga suggestion for the activities involved in prolonged sitting, such as provide workers with regular 5-minute break every 2 hours from sitting, redesign work tasks, organize health promotion activities, conduct awareness about this topic, and conduct medical surveillance. That's why tayo po, nakaupo po tayo for 8 hours lecture, and every 2 hours, we have a break. Okay, short break na pwede kayong tumayo, go to your CR, your C break, whatever you want. No, para ma-break po yung mga instances na prolonged positioning. Okay. Other health hazard, guys, that it can result into social or psychosocial hazard due to stress, bullying, sexual harassment, aggressive and violence, or even substance misuse at work. Stress is a feeling of emotional and physical tension. It can come from any event or truth that makes you feel frustrated, angry, or nervous. Stress in your body's reaction to a challenge or demand. Too much exposure to stress can also affect your brain, your nerves, your heart, your stomach, pancreas, intestine, or other vital organs. No? This katulad sa amin pa sa medical pa, parang somatoform disorder ba, no? Yung psychological mo transform to physical ailment. Okay? Too much stress na, hindi ka na nakakain. Nagpapalpitate na po kayo. Walang gana pong matulog. Ganun po. So, dapat kung pwede, gagawa po tayo ng mga programa sa ating mga workplaces in coordination with our HR admin to break the stress point of our people. Do you have a team building? Do you have a palaro every weekdays? Basketball for our workers, bowling, swimming, ganun po, or eating together. Sa ganun mga activities po, guys, we can break stressful mood po sa ating workplaces and then ma-recharge ulit ang ating mga kasama sa trabaho. Okay? Stress also may lead to substance misuse at work or even alcohol consumption. Okay. Masyadong hindi nila kaya i-handle ang problem nila, they will use drugs. If they are naghahabol po sila sa deadline, okay, kailangan mag-overtime ng marami, kailangan magshabu para gising na gising. Or even depressed po sila sa environment, kailangan lang uminom para mawala ang problema. And these things will only add into a problem. Katulad po sa amin, yung before po nakaupo si Duterte, no? Yung panahon po na hindi pa si Duterte ang president, doon po sa amin sa Sarangani, talamak ang drugs. Bakit? Kasi we are constructing a power plant and then our workers are working from 7 a.m. up to 2 a.m. Naghahabol po sa deadline. Okay? Overtime every day. So, ang ginagawa ng mga workers is they're taking shabu in order them to be awake at all times. Alam nyo ba sinong supplier? Yung mga guard pa talaga namin dun sa site. Buti na lang, pumunta yung mga PDEA, nahuli na po sila. And then every time may sahod from 5 and 20 of the month, we're doing a roving or security inspection sa mga fabrication shop. 5 and 20. May nakikita kami mga paraphernalia ng mga foil ng mga shabu. And then those workers are involved of that things. No? Buti na lang itong panahon ng Duterte, wala nang ganun. So, tayo po ng mga safety officer, if we deal with these illegal drugs po, substance abuse, huwag yung parang para kayong PDEA ang approach ninyo ha. Kailangan ano pa kayo mga workers advocate, educate them. What are the health and family effects if that problem will not be controlled? Okay. And also, it will affect also yung pagtrabaho kasi nila focus nila mawawala na rin po. And even alcohol consumption can also disturb the mindset of our people. Effects of drugs and alcohol can lead to late attendance. May mga hangover na po. Hindi na po sila okay magtrabaho. Increased absenteeism. Reduced quality of work. Wala na sa focus. Reduce in work rate. Dishonesty and theft because they need to sustain their vices, yung mga bisyo po nila. Irritability and mood swing that even their family will be affected. No? Sila na po yung physical abuse sa kanilang mga asawa nila, mga anak po nila, because natutuliro na po sila by using these illegal drugs. Deterioration in working relationship. So as part of my health teaching, as part of our safety toolbox meeting, is promote also health program to your workplaces in totality. Okay. There is a department order by DOLE 3703. This is a guidelines for the implementation of drug-free workplace. Kanina po, we have a policy about TB, AIDS, no, ganun. Even drug-free workplace, there should be a policy. I will also send the template of this policy to you. There should be mandatory drug testing, validity of drug test result in 1 year, treatment and rehabilitation and referral, advocacy training and education. Question, guys. Di ba, bago sila mag-apply ang isang aplikante, required ang drug test as pre-employment test, di ba? Once ang aplikante is positive with drugs, you have the power to refuse the application. Tama, hindi? Yes. Pero, once ang inyong trabahante, regular na siya, tapos nagkanda kayo ng annual surprise drug test, and then napansin ninyo, nakita nyo sa result, positive yung isang supervisor ninyo. Tatanggalin nyo ba siya o hindi? According to your policy. Sir Chester, ang isang worker po ninyo, sir, pump attendant ninyo, positive with drugs during your annual surprise drug test. Ano pong policy po niyo, sir? Immediately termination po because he is positive with drugs? Sir Chester?
Sir, bigyan po siya ng disciplinary action po.
Anong reaction sa inyo, sir? Once positive po siya during your surprise drug test?
Suspendihin po siya ng hanggang sa maging maayos yung kanyang
result
ng kanyang bago pa balikin po.
So kung mag-negative ng kanyang drug test, pwede siya mabalik sa inyo?
Yes po.
Yes. So ang gawin ko niyan, kung ako yun, sir, thank you for that, Sir Chester, no? Salamat po sa inyong sharing. Ang gawin ko po niyan is, inom po ako na isang lapad ng pinakurat, magja-jogging ako sa Luneta, 5 rounds, and then magpa-drug test ako ulit. I'm sure I'm negative. Okay, I'm just joking, Sir Chester. Kasi yan ang ginagawa ng iba eh. Alam nila may drug test bukas, inom yan sila ng pinakurat, and then magja-jogging yan sila, pawisan, negative. But if you will have the hair testing, no, hindi po basta mawawala. Ano nung kasi sa mga taong, mga estudyante ko natin, so anong policy nyo po? Sabi nila, termination. But guys, in the policy po, once your worker is positive, do not terminate them as per your policy. Inform them that we will not terminate you provided you will undergo rehabilitation treatment. The rehab will last for 6 months or 8 months. The question, who will pay for the rehab, sir? Is it the company or the employee? Of course, the employee should pay the rehab because you're not the one giving instruction to you that you will take drugs. Tama. Number 2, sir, while I am under rehab for 6 months, sir, am I paid? Of course, no. No work, no pay for 6 months. And you are the one to pay your rehabilitation treatment. And you can go back to us once you are finished with your rehab and you are clear by drugs. Okay. Once the person will refuse to follow your instruction, and that is subject for insubordination. And insubordination to the policy will lead into termination. So, hindi kayo nag-terminate immediately directly with drugs, but you terminate is because insubordination to the instruction. But usually po, kung if yan po nangyayari kasi sa reality, ang tao po ay nag-voluntary resign yan sila kasi nahihiya na talaga. Okay? So mga harsh lang yung mga company agad na nag-terminate because of this, they are positive with drugs. Unless lang kung may kasunduan kayo bago nag-start ang trabaho. Okay. Moving forward, other health hazard, mga safety officers, is physical inactivity. This is term to use to refer an ability to achieve the recommended level of physical activity for health. Health effects of physical inactivity can lead to diabetes or this type 2 non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus, obesity, hypertension, atherosclerosis, okay? Or there is a problem with your cardiovascular system, heart ailment, or even stroke. Okay. That is the 2 steps of medical surveillance. Identifying health hazard. Number 2 is identifying the health effect of the certain hazard. The 3rd step of medical surveillance, guys, is selection of medical screening test. Medical screening is a method for detecting disease or body dysfunction before an individual would normally seek medical care. The purpose of this is for early diagnosis and treatment. There's a lot of medical tests to be conducted in order for us to determine what is the ailment dun po sa ating mga tauhan. Audiometry, chest x-ray, pulmonary function test, neuro exam, or even lipid profile to determine anong mga sakit na nakuha niya habang siya po nagtatrabaho sa atin. Now, the testing is done. Now we will interpret the result. And that is interpretation of data and do recommendation. Usually, guys, we need to do interpretation in order for us to know what is the health status of our organization. An ill people can lead also an ill organization. Commonly, guys, no, we are requiring our workers for a pre-employment exam before they will start their employment to us. And once nagtatrabaho na sa atin, we are conducting the annual medical test or the special test. And once aalis na po sila sa ating organization, magre-retire na po, magre-resign, or ma-transfer po sa ibang area, we have also an exit or separation exam. Okay. And the interpretation of this test will reflect kung gaano ba kaganda ang ating pinapatupad na health program. Eh bakit ang dami pa rin mga workers na masakitin? Ano bang problema sa health programs po natin? Parang ganon. Guys, are you conducting the pre-employment exam to your workers? Before mag-apply, bago sila mag-start, may pre-employment test ba sila? Drug test, CBC, X-ray, ganon?
Yes, sir, meron po.
Yes, that's right. And then they're bringing the certificate, fit to work. And then if they have that certificate, they can start na their employment. How about the annual medical test po, sir? Is it January or mga surprise annual medical test? Are you conducting it? To
Yes, sir, meron din po.
Very good. No? To determine if sila pa ay healthy habang andyan sila sa atin. How about, sir, exit or separation test? May tauhan tayo mag-retire na, mag-resign na, or maglipat. Do we have a separation exam? Hindi siya common. Hindi siya ginagawa. Doon lang tayo nakafocus sa pre-employment tsaka sa periodic exam, which is according to the standard, requiring pala ang exit medical exam. Bakit po? That is assurance, protection to the company. Bakit? Ganun ha? What if ang tao nag-retire, pinaklear nyo na siya, pag alis niya, after 10 years, bumalik sa atin. Magpapabayad. Ma'am, bayaran niyo po ako kasi may nakuha akong cancer sa inyo habang ako pinagtatrabaho sa iyong company. Anong assurance nyo na wala siyang sakit na nakuha sa atin? We don't have a separation exam. Unless lang po, if we will conduct an exit test, there will be a certification na lalabas ka sa aming company that you are healthy, wala kang sakit na nakuha. Para time will come, babalik siya sa atin, sabihin niya, ma'am, nakasakit po ako dahil sa company niyo. Excuse me, sir, we have this document and you are fit nung umalis ka po sa amin. Possible, nakuha niyo po yan siya sa inyong retirement period na po. Ganon. Na? That's why po, yung mga big companies, San Miguel, ganun po, they are doing this separation test. Okay. Data interpretation recommendation pa rin. Results are interpreted against a reference value. Confidentiality of medical information is always important. Type of test, the pre-employment, annual, special, or even this separation from employment exam. Ito pa, may twist mga kasama. Alam nyo ba, according to sa OSH standard, no? Rule 1967, all workers, irrespective of age and sex, shall undergo physical exam daw. Kailan? Before entering the employment, that is the pre-employment exam. Periodically or such interval as may be necessary on account of the condition or risk involved with the workers, yan po yung annual medical test. And when transferred or separated from employment and when injured ill. Itong letter C, ito yung separation test. Okay. Na-mention dito sa Rule 1967, si pre-employment daw, si annual medical test, tsaka si separation test, all examination shall be complete and thorough, be rendered free of charge to the workers. Nangyayari ba ito? Hindi. Kasi ito kasi nangyayari sa atin. Congratulations, tanggap na po kayo. Ito po mga checklist. Magpa-medical po kayo. Once tapos na kayo medical, bubalik kayo sa Lunes, pwede na kayo mag-start. Sinong gagastos sa kanyang pre-employment test? Si worker. But according sa rulings pala, it should be free of charge to the workers. May nagreklamo sa DOLE? Wala. Kasi hanggat walang reklamo, walang problema. Diba? Si worker kasi, hindi na siya magreklamo kasi masaya na po siyang, meron siyang trabaho. But reality pala, dapat pala si management or si employer ang mag-cover ng pre-employment medical exam. Or even, this separation exam should be covered by the employer according to these rulings. Okay. So, even though matagal na ito na rulings, but I'm sure this is not highlighted because there will be no complaint about this matter. Okay, moving forward, safety officer. The fifth step of medical surveillance is communication of result. The importance of communicating medical results are to continuously evaluate your OSH program, to provide a mechanism for continuously improve your OSH performances, to align your OSH policies on the programs, and to inform the workers of his current health status. In keeping records, guys, confidential records should not be disclosed to anyone unless authorized by the employee. There should be a consent by the employee kung kailangan nyo pong sabihin po sa ibang tao, lalo na po na may involvement sa kanyang pangalan. Aside from that, as part of report keeping, guys, it is mandated that we should keep record to all our medical results, evaluation of our workers and organization, and we should have a file on it. And also, we are mandated to submit the annual medical report to DOLE. And also, I will include that in your chat box mamaya, no? That we should submit the annual medical report to DOLE every January, covering the previous year. Summary lang po yan siya ng mga sakit na na-develop habang kayo po ay nagtatrabaho sa buong taon sa inyong organization. Give copy to DOLE, importante, matatak po sila na receive. Ito po mukha ng annual medical report. This is the template of DOLE. Okay, summary lang po yan siya. Sa buong taon ng 2022, ilang lalaki po ang nagkasakit sa ulo, ilan po ang babae nagkasakit sa ulo, ilan po nasugatan na babae, ilan nasugatan lalaki. Ganun lang po. Summary. Saan po natin i-extract? Doon po sa inyong OH logbook, sa inyong safety office or company clinic. Okay. Lastly is the evaluation of the effectiveness of your control measures. Hazard control must be evaluated to determine the effectiveness and to assess if the intent of the control is being met. Kahit saang procedure po, we need to evaluate if our control measure are effective or not. If not effective, because as per data, ang dami pa rin nakakasakit, therefore, we need to revise our policy, our safety program to be implemented at site. But once the result is good, no, we minimize or eliminate diseases. Therefore, we need to sustain the implementation of our existing BOSH policy. Okay? And then continue again with the procedure. Identification of hazard, identify the health risk, etc., etc. And it is a cycle already. The role of a safety officer for this medical surveillance is to understand the process of medical surveillance, the steps, be familiar with it, monitor the compliance and the performance, okay? And also, see to it, bear in your mind that the purpose of medical surveillance is the prevention of illness to happen while the operation is ongoing in your establishment. When illnesses arises from a particular exposure, medical surveillance is necessary. Okay? Health hazard, guys, have particular health effects of the body. Your company policies and programs are the most important to protect and monitor your health, company health, and also to protect the welfare of your people. Guys, it is mandatory that you should have a safety and health program. We have a template for that for all general industries. You can put additional inputs on it, okay? Especially in discussing health programs to all your workers. Okay? A man too busy to take care of his health is like a mechanic too busy of taking care of his tools. Because habang tayo po yung nagtatrabaho sa tayo organization, the greatest asset that we are bringing every day is our body. Therefore, we need to protect it because yun lang po ang tool para tayo po ma-income araw-araw. Same thing po sa mga mekaniko, they are taking care of their tools because that are their equipment for their everyday living. Okay? Be safe and stay healthy at all times, and please do not only ignore health hazard. Give attention on it even though the result is gradual or not immediate ang kanyang impact. And that's all for occupational health. Okay, perfect. It's 2:30. Before, guys, we'll proceed to our COVID-19, and COVID-19 is only a short topic now. I give you 10 minutes CR break, and please be back, and we will discuss a COVID-19, a very short topic only, and then after that, we will have our workshop for risk assessment. Okay, at least makaka-uwi po kayo na maaga this afternoon. Uwi tayo ng 6 p.m. Okay. Thank you guys for listening.
6 p.m.?
Joke na po. Okay, take ano po, yung inyong mga coffee dyan habang ano pa, naantok na po kayo. Ay, habang you are having the ano po, what's this? Habang nagko-coffee po kayo, isisend ko po yung mga templates na pwede yung gamitin po para sa DOLE. Don't worry, tutulungan nyo kayo. Guys, please check to your chat box. Nag-send po ako ng mga templates for the policy, and then you can download it. Okay, good afternoon guys.
Good sir.
Ang sarap ng kape mo, sir. Ano yun siya, espresso?
Hindi sir. 2 pesos lang to sir, sana.
Yan. Okay, so let's start for our next topic this afternoon. Share screen. Okay. COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces. Okay, na? So nadagdag po ito sa ating module since nag-pandemic po dito po sa atin as requirement po or as instruction po ni BOSH Center. Guys, sino na po sa inyo dito yung nagka-COVID na? Oh, yun. No? So parang sa panahon ngayon, parang hindi na kayo in once hindi kayo nagka-COVID. Buti na lang, tapos na tayo sa bakuna, parang mild na lang or asymptomatic tayong lahat. Pero nung panahon talaga ni Delta variant, that is deadly. Okay? Sino na dito yung tapos na nagpa-vaccine? Ayun, very good. No? So ako kasi, medyo nung nagpa-vaccine ako, medyo naganahan ako ba? So that's why, sa sobrang ganado ko sa vaccine, 4 na beses na po ko nagpabakuna. Nasobrahan na. So last 2021, I have my first dose and second dose, that is Sinovac. And then my first booster is Pfizer, December of last year. And then my second booster is Moderna. So plan ko, papatira ko sa lahat ng mga vaccine kung anong epekto nito. Para once magiging zombie po ako, mauna ko sa inyong lahat, iisahin ko kayo isa-isa. Kainin ko po kayo with this, sabi nila. But guys, yung mga negative implication po ng vaccine, that is not true. Because maganda po yung epekto ng bakuna. Because I have my COVID. I had COVID 2 times already. August and January. But the impact to me is very mild and then asymptomatic pa. Because maganda yung impact sa akin of this vaccine. I'm encouraging everybody na once darating yung panahon for the second booster, magpabakuna na po tayo. Because this virus will not end. This is a lifetime na po andito sa mundo. All we need to do is to have this herd immunity na magiging ordinaryong sakit na lang po siya, na hindi na po tayo matatakot. Okay. COVID-19 considered as a biological hazard due to this coronavirus. Okay. The causative agent, guys, of COVID-19 is a SARS-CoV-2 or known as a severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. Si SARS-CoV-2 po came from a family of a coronavirus. It is a large family of virus which may cause illness in animal and human that may cause common colds or even other more serious infection. Once you have an infection of this SARS-CoV-2, the name of the disease is COVID-19 or coronavirus 2019. Bakit po itong SARS-CoV-2 belongs po siya sa coronavirus? Kung titingnan po natin ang structure po ng isang virus na ito, meron po siyang parang corona, itong color red na nakapalibot sa kanya. This is a spike protein. This spike protein will help that virus to immediately attach to a host cell and immediately enter to the cell kung saan po siya papasok. Unlike with other virus, is wala po siyang spike protein na hindi po nakakatulong sa iya, pumasok po agad siya dun sa kanyang host kung saan po siya lalapit. This COVID-19 virus is a new strain of a virus that has not been previously identified in human. The novel coronavirus, or this is sensational, kakaiba, bagong-bago, caused a severe pneumonia in severe cases in China and has been exported in a range of countries and cities. This new virus was discovered in Wuhan, China way back December 2019. Pero bininyagan lang po siya ni World Health Organization na ang tawag sa kanyang sakit, once you have infection with the SARS-CoV-2, is COVID-19 noong February 12, 2020 na. Even though ulitin ko, December po siya na-discover. Pero nung, as you remember, December 2019, January 2019, hindi pa tayo masyadong focus with this COVID-19. Bakit? Doon pa tayo nakafocus sa bulkan-bulkan na puputok ang bulkan. Dito sa amin sa Davao is yung Lilindol. Nag-start lang talaga tayo noong March, April of 2020. Doon na po tayo nagla-lockdown kasi pumasok na si COVID-19 sa bansa natin. What is the source of this virus? Animals are the most likely source of this COVID-19 virus. It is possible that COVID-19 virus or si SARS-CoV-2 po originated from animal before it infected the human. However, the specific source of this COVID-19 virus is not yet been confirmed. Until now, ongoing pang study nila. Kasi may mga conspiracy pa rin na merong mga it is biological made, laboratory made, or whatever. Or ito mga bioweapon made lang daw siya. I don't know, ongoing pang study natin. Pero ang official publication pa rin ng World Health Organization is came from a bat from Wuhan, China, way back 2019. How long is the incubation period of this COVID-19 virus or this COVID-19 disease? If you hear the word incubation period, it is the time that you are exposed to the virus to the time of the first day onset of the symptoms. Ulitin ko po. Kung makarinig po kayo ng incubation period, yun po yung panahon na nahawa kayo or may contact kayo sa isang positive patient hanggang sa araw na lumabas yung unang simptoma ninyo. Yun po ang counting na incubation period. According to the study, nag-range daw siya sa 5 to 6 days or even umaabot po siya ng 14 days according to World Health Organization. Magdedepende po yan siya sa immune system ng isang tao. If your immune system is not good, okay, the incubation period is very short. Lalabas immediately ang symptoms. Pero once your immune system is good naman, medyo matagal pa maglabas ang inyong simptoma kasi kaya pa siya ng immune system po ninyo makipaglaban with this antigen or with this virus. This is why people who have been exposed to the virus are advised to remain at home or stay away from others for 14 days in order to prevent the spread of virus, especially where testing is not easily available. But right now, guys, we are changing the protocol, no? Kasi, di ba, we are lifting already the procedure and protocol with this COVID-19. Wala nang tayong contact tracing, wala nang isolation, okay? Until, even though you are in contact, you are first-hand contact of this COVID-19 positive, you don't have any symptoms, you can still roam around. Kasi dahan-dahan na po natin nakakayanan ang impact with this COVID-19 virus. Common symptoms po with COVID-19, fever, as a manifestation that you have infection in your body, dry cough, tiredness or body malaise, fatigue, body aches or pain, headache, conjunctivitis, sore throat, very common, diarrhea, loss of taste and smell, skin rashes, discoloration of fingers or even toes, no? So that's why nauso yung mga dati luya, okay, magpatuob, okay, nakakatulong rin ba siya with these COVID-19 symptoms? Or you're spraying with the Bactidol or gargling with the salt and water. Me, I'm using betadine throat spray and that is very effective. Even though that is more expensive po siya, pero very effective talaga yung betadine throat spray. Once medyo makati na yung throat mo, 3 spray lang po yan siya, nawala talaga siya, no? Betadine po. Transmission. People can catch COVID-19 from others who have the virus. Disease spread primarily from person to person through a small droplet from nose or mouth, which are expelled when a person with COVID-19 coughs, sneezes, or speaks. It is therefore important, guys, to maintain a distance of 1 meter away from any person who has these respiratory symptoms. But right now, hindi na po masyado observant with the social distancing because masyadong kumpiyansa tayo na ang dami na natutusukan ng vaccine. But still, do not remove your face mask pa rin, okay, as our protection. Who are considered as a close contact with COVID-19 if you have interaction with a person that is positive within 1 meter for more than 15 minutes, have direct physical interaction with a confirmed COVID-19 or probable pa lang po siya, had interaction with a person with COVID-19 without wearing proper PPE or not wearing mask, you are considered as close contact. What is the test to be used in detecting this disease? The gold standard pa rin is the RT-PCR. This is the real-time polymerase chain reaction. This is the accurate and reliable. You can use the antigen rapid test, no, or yung mga antibody rapid test natin. Antibodies yung through blood, antigen swabbing. But if you are positive with that rapid testing, still you need to undergo RT-PCR for confirmatory. But guys, if you are positive with COVID-19 and you are recovered already, no need for retesting of RT-PCR. Because if you will do retesting of RT-PCR, the result is still positive. Because this RT-PCR is very sensitive that even the remnants of the virus can be detected. You are considered as a recovered, not contagious, if by confirmatory of the doctor and within 3 days straight, no symptoms at all, no, you are not contagious anymore. But if you will undergo RT-PCR pa rin, I'm sure the result is still positive. The treatment and prevention, according to World Health Organization and BOH, they do not recommend for self-medication with any medicine, including antibiotics, as a preventive or cure with COVID-19. Scientists around the world are working to find and develop treatment of this COVID-19. It's good, no? Dahil since this is 2019 and 2 years na po, 2 years na po siya, dahan-dahan na po sa mga na-discover na mga medication, no, na ina-apply na po sa ibang countries, ginagamit. Even like may ate, two times na rin po siya nagko-COVID-19, doon po siya sa US. So may prescription na po sila ng mga oral medication for COVID-19 si Pfizer sa kanila. Okay, ganun po. Optimal supportive care includes oxygen for severely ill patient and those who have at risk for severe disease and more advanced respiratory support such as ventilation for patients who are in critical ill. The World Health Organization, guys, is coordinating effort to develop vaccine and medicine to prevent and treat COVID-19. It's good na nakikita natin yung epekto ng mga vaccine ngayon na malaki ang tulong po. But dumadating kasi ang panahon na nagwi-weak rin ang kanya effectivity. That's why kailangan magpa-rebooster o ganun po. Kasi may mga panukalang pinapalabas ngayon na if you are finished with the 2 doses of vaccine, you're not considered as fully vaccinated. Kailangan daw talaga magpa-booster that you will be considered as vaccinated, fully vaccinated na. Kasi nag-weak daw yung effect ng vaccine ngayon. Ang problema lang kasi sa atin is we don't know the long-term study of the vaccine. Kasi ngayon lang yan siya napalabas. Ang hinahabol lang natin yung effect niya ngayon na kaya natin labanan ang impact ni COVID-19. But yung long-term effect niya ba, study still ongoing. Katulad sa, baka matakot kayo like si US, ang ate ko kasi is, kung may mga news kasi doon sa kanila sa US, sinisend niya sa akin, Moderna ba yun o Pfizer, na may study na nagpapababa daw siya ng sperm count. And then after doon, sa Australia rin daw, pinalabas ang ganung news, and then they immediately block the news. Para hindi daw mag-cause ng matakot ng mga tao, kasi ang problema kasi ng tao ngayon, we are not focused on the sperm count counting. We are more focused on the COVID-19 virus that will affect immediate. Ngayon, ang impact kasi ng COVID-19, it will affect the economy. Right now, because of the majority na vaccinate, the universities and school will be open next month. Face-to-face na po tayo. The economy is good na, dandahan na siya, no? Ang dami na apektuhan talaga ng COVID-19. Business, establishment, employment, lahat po apektado. Even as in training, no? Dati we don't have face-to-face, but right now it is going good because ang mga tao po nagko-cooperate na sila and malaking tulong po because of this vaccination. Okay, how can I protect myself from having this COVID-19? Wear face mask and face shield. But right now, face shield is not mandatory, except lang sa mga healthcare facilities. Sanitize your hand, protect yourself 1 meter from doing physical distancing, and ensure good ventilation indoor and have a good airflow. Prognosis of COVID-19, 80% of all patients that are positive don't need for hospitalization. only the 20% need for hospitalization. Yung nasa 20% sila po yung mga immunocompromised, weak people with comorbidity, pregnant, elderly, children. Those 80% kaya po nila na kahit mag-home quarantine lang po sila or no need for hospitalization. This data was taken 2020. But right now, this data should be changed because there's a lot of us na na-vaccinate na po. I'm sure the reality of here is 90% of all COVID positive will be recovered with COVID-19 na po. And then there will be a new variant na po discover this first quarter of the year. We have a variant of Delta last third quarter of 2021. Delta is very severe, can cause severe cases. Maraming namatay nung panahon ni Delta. Maraming na ICU. Okay? Masyado siya mapapugsa na variant. Pero noong December, January, doon naman po pumasok ang bagong variant, yung Omicron. Mabuti na lang, even though si Omicron is the transmissibility rate niya is times 7 po siyang mas nakahawa compared to ordinary virus of COVID-19, but the impact of Omicron is very weak. Napansin niyo ba nung January, ang daming nagtrangkaso, nagkalagnat, nagkasipon, nagkaubo. Even sa nga kapamilya ninyo, kapitbahay, ka-church, or sa trabaho. Pero hindi nagpa-test. That is Omicron already. I'm also positive with January. Na-determine na may COVID ako kasi nagpa-party PCR ako. But ang dami sa aming community nagtrangkaso. And that is unusual. Because Omicron is times 7 ang kanyang transmission rate compared to ordinary virus. Ito naman mga sub-variant na na-discover noong April, this is times 2 of the Omicron. If it is times 2, it is 714. Times 14 po siya ang transmission rate niya compared to ordinary virus. At ang kagandahan kasi, we built a natural immunity when we had an Omicron variant last January, and marami ang nagpa-vaccine. That's why nakayanan po natin. Sabi nila, after 6 months, May or June, tataas ang kaso ng COVID-19. And then if you will do the counting, it is after election. Bakit? Kung election, walang COVID. After election, may COVID. Sana, nung natapos ang COVID ng election nung May, dapat maraming kaso nung January. Kasi yung May kasi maraming meeting de avance di ba? Yung kaila BBM, kaila Lenny, kumpul-kumpul ang mga tao. Dapat on that case, that is a mega spreader na dapat. And then the impact, if you will do counting, that is 14 days or 20 days after, dapat marami nagkasakit nung June. But it is not alarming. And that is a good sign already that we are developing dahan-dahan ang herd immunity. But huwag pa rin magkumpiyansa sa mga kasama. If you will go outdoor pa rin or sa mga crowded area, do not remove your face mask. Okay? But alam nyo ba, ang reality guys, nagpo-face mask tayo no, sa mga mall or sa labas. Di ba gumigimik tayo by every Friday? Nung pumunta ako ng bar nung Friday, yung mga tao doon, wala namang face mask sa loob. No? We are so hypocrite about that things. But before you will do something, think of your family because they are the one being affected if we will have a COVID-19. Yung kasama natin po sa bahay. Okay. According to the study, mga safety officer, scientists are still characterizing this subvariant of Omicron in terms of transmission rate niya. Primarily, data showed that their mutations are associated with higher transmissibility. However, there is currently no evidence that this sublineage cause more severe cases. Okay. So times 7 po siya. Safety officer, if we have a safety and health program in our workplaces, it is mandatory also that we should have a COVID-19 prevention and control program in our workplaces. Do you have that kind of program? Example po nito. In case meron kayo kasama sa trabaho na COVID-19, ano ang inyong protocol? In case merong nahawaan na nangyari sa inyo, anong protocol sa inyong establishment? Saan nyo siya dadalhin? How about yung mga close contact nito? Ano mga preventive measures sa inyong company? And all of these things should be written in your COVID-19 prevention control program internally in your company. That's why way back 2020, nagpalabas po ang DTI with DOLE, okay, an interim guidelines on workplace prevention and control of COVID-19. Your internal guidelines of COVID-19 in your workplace should have these 4 elements. Increasing the physical and mental resilience, making your people healthy at all times, reducing transmission of COVID-19, minimizing contact rate, and reducing risk of infection from COVID-19. We will go deeper. Increasing physical and mental resilience. Encourage your people, guys, your employees, to eat nutritious and well-cooked foods. Drink a lot of fluids, okay? Minimize natin yung mga alcoholic drinks. Have adequate rest, at least 8 hours. Okay? Exercise regularly. Join companies to provide free medicine and vitamins. Provide referral to workers needing counseling or presenting with mental health concern. How about reducing transmission of COVID-19? Prior to enter your building or workplaces, all employers and workers shall wear masks at all times. Have their temperature checking and be recorded. Accomplish your health declaration form. But right now, hindi na uso ang health declaration form. Tinanggal na po yan siya ng other establishment. But before, way back 2020-21, lahat po, bangko, we are filling up this health declaration form. Spray alcohol to both hands and provide foot baths at the entrance if applicable. Before po, mga safety, pinababawal ko itong mask sa site namin. Because a mask with vents will not protect those people surrounding that person. Yung the one wearing that mask kasi, ang kanyang in-inhale na air is filtered. But if siya po mag-exhale, ang kanyang hangin galing sa bunganga o sa ilong, directly lumalabas dyan sa mask without any filter. That's why, pwede pa rin mahawaan yung mga tao sa palibot niya. But right now, hindi masyado tayong instinto. This is the picture of a health declaration form. Now, we are used to practice or using this before, way back 2020-21. And I hope na hindi na maka-search ulit para hindi ito siya babalik na magandang procedure. Like in Davao City, no? They lift all the COVID protocol. Wala na doon contact tracing, QR code, isolation, contact tracing, wala na. Ang nagpapaiwan lang doon sa Davao City ngayon is yung mask. That if you not wear a mask, the penalty is 500 pesos. Yun lang. But the rest of the protocol, wala na sila. Okay? Aside from that, practices, disinfect equipment or vehicle entering your office or establishment. Instill physical distancing 1 meter outside the office or store premises. Clean and disinfect at least once every 2 hours all work areas and frequently handled objects. Provide sufficient clean water and soap in all your washrooms. Encourage your people or workers to wash hands frequently and avoid touching their face. Provide sanitizers in corridors, conference areas, elevators, stairways, and areas where workers pass. Aside from that, guys, strictly implement pa rin natin yung 1 meter social distancing and discourage natin ang communal eating. Ensure that physical distancing is maintained and clean and disinfect regularly canteens, kitchen, or other work areas in your establishment. How about minimizing contact rate? Kung as much as possible, guys, kung babalik na naman yung search, but right now we are in 100% capacity naman sa mga offices, but time will come na kung tataas ang kaso natin, encourage natin yung work from home, especially yung mga immunocompromised, yung buntis, tsaka matatanda. Discourage natin yung mga face-to-face interaction with our clients. Kung pwede, they will use the technology, teleconferencing, email, or calls. Okay? We will arrange our tables na magka-social distancing pa rin kung magbabalik agad ulit ang COVID. Design natin workstation and limit the number of people in enclosed area. Like our conference room, kung pwede 50% or 75%, parang ganun. Okay. How about if you have a worker suspect with COVID-19? That worker shall immediately proceed to designated isolation. Your OH team will accompany that person and then ihatid po doon sa isolation area provided they will wear proper PPE and then that person is subject for testing. Now, if that person will be removed on that area, we will do decontamination or disinfect the working station. Anong procedure po? Isang admin office, may isang trabahanteng positive with COVID-19. Lumabas na po siya. Vacated na po yung area. First thing, how to disinfect? First 24 hours, lock down the area. Kung saan na po siya nagtatrabaho, second 24 hours or second day, do disinfection. open doors, open window while you are conducting the disinfection. Third day is lock down again the area. On the fourth day, you may resume the operation on that area provided yung mga tao na nagtatrabaho doon should undergo muna testing before they will return to their working station. What are the duties of your employer in relation to COVID-19? Provide the necessary company policies for the prevention and control of your COVID-19 in consultation with your workers. This is your internal COVID-19 protocol in your workplaces. Provide resources and materials needed to keep your workers healthy and workplace safe. And designate you, safety officer, as the #1 or prime implementer for this COVID-19 policy in your workplace. Okay? So kayo po yung nakaatasan ng iyong management sa pagpa-implement ng mga COVID-19 program and protocol sa inyong organization. Okay. How about for the duties of the workers? Your workers should comply with all workplace measures in place for prevention control of COVID-19. Whatever your policy, it is responsibility of your employees to follow all safety rules and health policy of your organization. Observe proper respiratory etiquette, cough and sneeze into tissues or into shirt sleeves, dispose used tissues properly, and do hand hygiene at all times. For the most at high-risk workers, vulnerable, immunocompromised, elderly, pregnant, employers are highly encouraged to allow most of the high-risk workers and vulnerable groups to do work from home arrangement. If search again will come in. The DOLE guys and the DTI will help you if in case you need their assistance in making your internal policy. And then in case that there will be a COVID-19 that will happen in your workplace, report that instance to DOLE. And there will be a form for that. That is called WAIR COVID to DOLE and to be submitted monthly if you have a COVID-19. But if you don't have COVID-19 case, no need to submit that form to DOLE office. Guys, if you have a COVID-19 in your workplace, that person involved is subject for compensation. Pwede po siya mag-claim po doon po kay Employees Compensation Commission ng kanyang benefits once napatunayan na nakuha niya po ang COVID-19 sa inyong poong paggawaan. Okay? May mga kasamahan ako na remember, nakakuha po sila mga 15,000 sa ACC. Aside from that, nakakuha rin sila sa sa SSS ng sick benefits. Ganun po. In summary, safety officer, COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by this SARS-CoV-2. The best treatment we have right now is prevention. Wearing a mask can help prevent both transmission and infection and may reduce severely of illness if you do contact with COVID-19. Your guidelines of COVID-19 workplace policy will reinforce your OSH program in your workplace for better implementation of self-safety and health control measure before and preventive approach of your organization. And that's all for COVID-19 together despite this pandemic. Okay. Now, let's proceed to our last topic, safety officers. Yun, happy na sila. I want you again to regroup. Okay? We will have our last workshop. Yung output nyo kanina, kailangan, okay? Gawaan po natin siya ng risk assessment. Sir Louis, patulog ako mamaya, Sir Louis, ha, to regroup them again to their groups, 5 members pa, 5 groups pa rin. Na after sa aking instruction. Okay. Mas maganda guys, no, kung iba na naman ang yung reporter. Kanina, I appreciate your reporters. They are very good. Sa ngayon, kailangan iba na naman ang set of people ang magre-report for your risk assessment. Okay, ha? And then at the end of the presentation, please type again the name of your members, and then email that to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Workshop number 2, workplace risk assessment. Kanina po, yung hazard identification is only a part of our hierarchy as a whole. Now, we will do the second part. After the identification of this hazard, we will do assessing the risk of that certain hazard. In order for us to prioritize, anong unahin natin to make action? Example, di ba? You will go to a certain area and then you identify a lot of hazard. Hole, malapit dun sa harap ng daanan ng tao. May open hole sa likod na walang taong dumadaan. Sabay-sabay natin siya aksyonan? Hindi po. Kung natin aksyonan yung mga high-risk hazard because they are considered as imminent danger. What is imminent danger, by the way? Any instances that has a potential to cause serious harm, serious disability, or even death or major property damage. And you, safety officer, has the power to stop or issue work stoppage order in case you observe any imminent danger as per Republic Act 11058, no? Or Department Order 198-18. So malaki po ang tulong ng ating risk assessment in order for you to identify, uy, yan siya, high risk hazard, therefore bigyan ng priority in making action. Okay, so workshop number 2, hazard risk assessment. Same pa rin. Risk assessment is a process to identify potential hazard and analyze what could happen if hazard or no control measure to be in place. We will define, is hazard and risk the same? No. Yes, Sir Julius. No. No? Hazard is anything that has a potential to cause us harm. Either that is a safety hazard or a health hazard. Sasakay ka ng motor, is there hazard? Yes. Pwede tayo matumba. Okay? Lalakad ka sa isang area, walang hard hat. Is there hazard? Yes. Pwede ka mahulugan ng materyales sa ulo. It can cause head injury. That is a hazard. But what is risk, by the way? Risk is a probability times the consequence. Ang other definition po ito is the probability and the severity once you are exposed to the certain hazard. Example po nito, guys. Nakikita niyo ba ito? Ay, hindi niyo nakikita, no? Ito na lang. This is a building. No. This is an open edge. 5-story building. Once andito po kayo sa edge ng building, ang activities, kailangan mag-shipping kayo dyan. May trabaho. Okay ha? Kailangan ako magtrabaho dito po sa area na to. Is there hazard or wala? May hazard? Wala?
Meron.
Safety hazard for potential. Tama, no? Safety hazard for potential. Possible, mahuhulog po ako. And what is the risk of that certain hazard? If you define what is the risk, that is the probability or the chance that you are exposed to the hazard or the impact if you are exposed to that hazard. Sa other definition pa nito is, the hazard daw is the cause. The effect daw is the risk. But for me, ang definition ko sa hazard is the chance and the probability that you're exposed to the certain hazard. Now, there is a fall potential, fall hazard. Once I will put, this is a high-risk hazard. Tama? High-risk to. Matas ang chance na mahulog ka. Kung mahulog rin ako, malaki rin ang severity na mamatay po ako. Masyadong mataas ang hazard level niya. This is a high-risk hazard. But in order for me to do control measure, I need to put barricade. Tama? May barricade po ba siya? Possible mahulog ka pa rin? Yes. Possible mahulog kayo ka pa rin, but the chance is lesser na po siya. From high risk, nagiging medium risk na po siya. But still, the severity is the same. I will put barricade, I will give harness, and I will put signage. I put a lot of control measure. Kanina po, na walang control measure, the risk of the hazard is very high. But after I put a lot of control measure, the risk of the hazard will become low to medium. Bakit low to medium? Because the chance is becomes lower. the consequence is still the same. Going deeper, mga kasama. As you look to this illustration, guys, assessment of risk exposure is equal to risk probability or the chance times the impact or consequence. Okay. Likelihood, other word for probability, guys, is chance or likelihood. Other word for impact is consequence or the severity. Katulad po dito, nakita mo sa upper left portion po ninyo. Okay. The probability is very low. Bakit siya? Bakit probability? Very low. The chance na mahulog siya, masyadong maliit. Bakit? Kasi pwede siyang maglukso dyan. Tama? But, how about the severity, the impact, guys? Kung mahulog siya, anong pwede mangyari sa kanya? High or low o medium?
High impact.
High impact. Okay, I will do that.
High severity.
Okay. To this picture, kapalan ko pa. This one, guys, dito po.
High, sir. High.
Okay. Always observe, guys, the probability and the severity. The probability is the chance. The severity is the result. Okay, ha? Sa illustration na ito, guys, kumusta ang kanyang probability? Low or high?
Low.
Oh, kasi pwede ka maglundag dyan, tama? Okay.
Low.
About the impact, guys, once mahulog siya, hindi siya makalundag. High or low?
High impact.
High.
Pwede siya.
High pa rin.
Okay. How about here, guys?
Possible na no.
Illustration. We're talking about the risk, guys, ha? Kumusta ang kanyang probability?
High.
High.
There's a big chance na pwede siyang mahulog. Tama?
Yes. Yes, sir.
The severity.
High.
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 The chance being hurt is also very high. Very good. High probability, high impact. So therefore, it belongs to extreme, na ang kanyang risk or high risk po. How about this one, guys? Kumusta ang kanyang probability here?
Low.
Malaki yung chance na makalundag siya. How about the impact or the consequence?
Low.
So, kasi was siya,
Mababa.
mababaw lang. First aid case lang po siya. Okay. So, nabilong na po siya sa para moderate impact or moderate risk. How about here?
High.
High ang kanyang
Probability.
malaki yung chance mahulog pa rin siya. But the impact is low.
Low.
Yan, guys, ang risk assessment po natin. Okay, moving forward to the illustration. Risk assessment. This one. Sa upper portion po, you can consider this as a high risk hazard. Because as you observe, kumusta ka ng probability? If you will rate this, ang probability is chance. The severity is the impact. If you rate this from 1 to 5, what is the probability?
5.
25.
Nasa loob siya mismo eh.
Tama. How about the severity, ma'am?
Yung kakainin.
5, 10.
Ay, patay na patay. Patay talaga siya.
Kaya sila kakainin.
5 times 5 is 25. So high risk hazard po siya. Okay, this one po. May armored po siya, oh. Naka-armored po siya.
4.
Probability 1 to 5.
4 lang kasi meron siyang
3.
Ang severity niya is
5.
5. Ang probability niya is 4. Kasi may armored, no? Hindi kaya siya makakain. Okay, nasa moderate risk lang po siya. How about here? The chance na makain po siya, 1 to 5.
3 lang nasa labas siya.
3 lang. Kasi nasa labas pa siya.
Makain, may chance pa rin po. No?
Kamay lang.
Kamay.
Mga 5, pwede pa rin 4, 5. Kamay.
Yung kamay, nakain.
Ma'am, ang ginawa dito is this one.
1.
Kasi may an additional cage for for the food before niya pakainin.
Very good. And that is the proper judgment of assessing the risk of a certain hazard. Knowing the probability and knowing also the severity. Okay. Kindly note. Kindly. I'll erase this guys ha. Sana yun? Okay. In your activity this afternoon, you will put additional area. Kanina, there's a column for hazard identification. But right now, safety officer, you need put additional column for the risk assessment. Okay? Hanggang dito lang po tayo, mga kasama. Hanggang dito lang po tayo. Okay. Kanina po, you identify the activity, you identify the hazard, the possible effect. Now, just ignore this control measure. Just leave it blank ha. Ignore that one. Let's proceed to probability and severity. In every hazard that you identify, please rate the probability. In every hazard that you identify, please identify the severity. The computation of the risk is probability times severity. And whatever the score, put that in the risk portion. Naintindihan ba?
Yes, sir.
Very good. No? So, moving, another example pa nito. Can you take picture of this one, guys? Or screenshot? This is the basis of your rating. No? Risk matrix natin. For the severity, you will record or grade that one if ang result niya, konting galos, small bruises, or konting sugat. You will put score of 2 if the result of the severity is kailangan ng first aid procedure na. You will rate as 3 if kailangan niya na dalhin sa hospital for medical treatment. Tahiin na po siya. Pero buhay pa rin. 4, medyo critical na po pero hindi pa patay. Extensive injuries. You will rate 5 for severity if pwedeng ikamatay po ng tao ang resulta. Okay? How about the probability or the chance? You will rate 1 if there's a little chance na ma-expose po siya doon. 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is subjective already. The definition of probability is the chance that that person will be involved or exposed to that certain area. Ang open hole, harap po ng entrance ng daanan, the probability is 5. Because palagi ang chances, maraming mahulog doon. Pero ang open hole po andun sa likod na walang taong dumadaan, you can put 2 or 1. Kasi same ang laki ng hole, pero wala naman taong dumadaan doon. So the probability of having accident is very low. And this probability is subjective already. Okay? I will give you example again of another table. No? For the probability or likelihood. Guys, probability and likelihood is the same yan sila. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay? It's subjective. For the severity naman po, or impact, you can rate 1 to 5. Okay? 1 is legible, 2 minor case only, 3 serious, 4 fatal, or 5 disaster or can cause death already. Okay. So mamaya po, di ba you have already your table? Please put additional control, what's that? Column for that. You will put the risk analysis evaluation. Existing control, you can leave it this as blank, but I want you to focus on this portion, the probability, severity, and the risk. Okay. And now, I want you guys to identify that a low risk hazard, high risk hazard, or medium risk hazard. How will you know? If your score is 1 to 4, that's a low risk hazard. If your score is 5 to 12, that is a medium risk hazard. And if your score is 15 to 25, that's a high-risk hazard. Please take picture of this, guys, reference. No, this is your data or basis this afternoon. I want you to share and tell it to the body. This hazard is considered as high risk. This hazard is considered as medium. This hazard is low. Bakit kailangan natin malaman ang level of the risk? So that we can prioritize anong unang bigyan ng atensyon in doing control measure of that certain hazard. Okay. So, example po nito. Temporary traffic control, the hazard, accident due to mobilization of machineries. Effect, serious or minor injury, can lead to bone fracture, traffic congestion. Existing control daw nila, guys, meron na sila existing control sa kanilang mga activity nila. Meron na sila toolbox meeting, nakandak rin sila inspection, at saka meron namang PPE. If you observe existing control, guys, example, may tao, no? Umaakyat siya doon, tapos overreaching, pero naka-harness naman siya, and then you can put existing control, wearing harness, or wearing hard hat, okay na yun siya. But, please still rate the probability and then the severity. L is the likelihood or the probability, S is the severity or the impact, and risk is the result. Severity times likelihood is equal to risk. And what is the interpretation? Is that low, medium, or high? Naintindihan ba? Okay, very good. Another thing, drilling works. Hazard for drilling works, prolonged exposure to vibration. Effect, white fingers. Ano existing control nila? Possible, meron silang toolbox meeting, sir. And then meron naman siyang PPE provided. What is the chance, no, of that white finger? Effect, 3. Severity, 2. Kasi, first aid case naman yun siya, sir. Okay? And then the risk is only medium. In doing this risk assessment, it is more on subjective. It depends on your evaluation to the situation. Okay. Something like that. Like this one also. Night work, hazard, struck by vehicles, effect bone fracture. Ang kanyang severity, severity niya is 2. This should not be severity because if we will struck by an hard object or a vehicle, the severity should be higher. And then I think the likelihood is lesser. It depends on your assessment. Okay? So please have this reference, low, medium, or high. Yeah. Same na po ito. Okay, guys. I want you to regroup. Again, expand your table.
Wala akong internet, sir. Wait lang.
Wala kang internet. Kawawa. Meron ba yung papa sa internet? Okay. Paki-Gcash po ng internet. Okay. And then expand your table, guys. I want you to make this kind of table, no? Okay, screenshot po ninyo ito. I want you to have this one. I want you to have this one. Okay. Same picture, same scenario, same hazard, just put additional extension for the risk analysis. Okay. Group 1, admin office. Group 2, warehouse. 3 here, 4, and then 5. Yun po. Okay, that's all, guys. Sir Louis, please regroup them. I will give you until 4:30 to do your workshop, and then by 4:30, we will do the presentation. I know, it's 4:15 rather. Presentation. Please cooperate, guys, and then please appoint again another set of 3 presenter per group. Thank you.
So po, mag-join na lang po sa bawat room. Yung mga ano nyo kanina.
Sì. Nag-group natin. Yung mga group. Bakit hindi nyo nag-group?
Paano tayo pupunta sa room?
May nakalagay po sir, join. Join. I-click nyo na po yung join kung saan room kayo kanina.
Convert. Ano mag-join? I'll join. I'll join na kayo.
Ano ba?
Hindi ko na save.
Ano mag-join?
Ito.
Ang join eh.
Sir all. Boss.
Buwa maka-join.
Ay, makakapag-join na. Ano tayo makakapag-join na? Maraming iba dito. Nakapag-join ka na?
Ninyo, sa group.
Meron ka?
Internet ko. Ay.
Nawala naman.
Wala. Internet ko.
Ligaw na.
Ang internet ko.
Paano ba mag...
Sir Nino, sa group 4 po kayo. Pa-accept na lang po.
Sige sir, wala naman kasi napunta na. Isa pa nga sir.
Naka-open po yun, sir. Pwede nyo din pong i-join.
Saan po makikita yan?
Click nyo lang po yung ano dyan. Wait nga lang po.
Ito na, okay.
Wait, sir. Sa room 5 po yan. Sa room 4 po kayo. Okay na po ba? Hello, Sir BDJ. Hello po. Disconnect po ulit kayo.
Good afternoon, safety officers. I'm sure tapos na po ang lahat and all of you are excited to present your output. And masyadong madali lang po. I think tomorrow again, you have your workshop to complete your hierarchy. No? So you identify the hazard, you do the assessment for the risk, you prioritize what are the high risk, low risk, and then the medium risk. And tomorrow, you will do the control measure of specific hazard that you identify. Okay, so to start the presentation, may I call group number 1? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Sir Jojo.
Okay, I'll share my screen now, sir.
Okay, Sir Jo.
Okay, sir, my screen is shared now. Anyone can see it?
Yes, po.
So shall I proceed, sir?
Yeah, you may proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir, on item number 1, it is the work activity is smoking in a closed area. So we scored it in a probability of 2.
Sir Jo?
Wala po kaming nakikita po.
Yung file lang po, ang nakita namin.
Yes, sir.
Presentation of the hierarchy, hindi po siya na-present.
Okay.
Yung mga files lang po ng SO2, yung mga policy.
Ayaw mag-share. Yan, sir. Okay na po, sir?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, I'll proceed. On the work activity, smoking in a closed area, our team scored it a probability of 2 and severity of 5. So the total risk has a score of 10 and it will fall under medium risk. So while on the same activity, when we talk about the health hazards, which is exposure to inhalation of smoke, which can cause a respiratory problem, the probability is 4 and the severity is 5. So it has a collective score of 20 and it is a high risk because it is in the confined space, in the closed space. That's why we score the risk is very high, high. Okay, sir. And the item number 2 about the changing of bulbs. We saw in the picture that there are exposed electrical wire. So we scored it a probability of 4 and severity of 4 at a total of 16 points, which it falls in a high risk. While on the same activity, changing of bulb, on the health hazards, there's the hazard is prolonged position, which can cause body pain and musculoskeletal problem. We scored it a probability of 3 and severity of 2. And it is in the medium risk, sir. While on the fixing of machine, as we see on this one, fixing of machine, the safety, on the safety hazards, we saw an open wires in the floor, which can cause injury and electrocution. We know that if there are wire lying on the floor, the probability is very high. So we scored it 5. And we also know that electrocution or injury is severe That's why we scored it 3. Why we scored it 3? Because it's only a exposed wire and we didn't see naked wire. That's why we scored it severity of 3. The total score of this one is 15 and it falls in the high risk area. While also at the same problem or the same hazard, fixing machine, which is not in your proper position when fixing up machine, there's a chance of a musculoskeletal problem or back pain. We scored it a probability of 3 and severity of 2. The overall, we scored it 6 points and it falls in the medium risk, sir. So that's all, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, group number 1 and Sir Jojo for your presentation. Okay, Sir Jo, you can save this one to PDF and then please include the name of your members. Okay, can you muna, sir? We will check your output.
Now, sir.
Okay. In assessing the risk of a certain situation, no? Sir Jo, okay lang, can you view, present again your screen?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jo. Okay. We consider all high-risk hazard as imminent danger because if we have the score of 5 or something like that, it is leading to death. The death is immediate, no? So, among all of the situation, this is a certain workplace. We will give immediate action to a certain hazard with the highest number of risks. And then we will just ignore it later on, give least attention to those who have a score of low score in relation to the risk level. So sa items po ninyo, sa lahat po ng hazard na nakita ninyo, anong activity dito na bigyan ng immediate attention or action agad that can lead to stop work because there's a highest score of risk?
The exposure of smoke, inhalation of smoke in a closed area.
Right. And then smoking is the result of smoke is the severity is 5. 5 is can lead to death, and that is chronic inhalation in a long term. And then among all of this situation, ang bibigyan natin ang attention agad itong smoking instances of our workers, which I believe siguro ang severity is yeah. Anyone to defend with your score of 5 in severity of the smoking? Anyone from the group?
Yes, sir. I'll defend it.
Yes,
we scored it number 5 because we know that passive smoking is more than dangerous than the active smoking.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So if there are lots of people working in the closed area, so the passive smoker are in more numbers than the active smoker. So we know that smoking will not give you an instant result, but in the long time, we will see a lot of diseases from these workers inside the closed room. Not only the workers now, but the future workers also. We will not correct this one. We know if we look at the moment of time, we know that the probability severity is not very high, but the consequences in the long run, the severity is very high. That's all, sir.
Thank you for that, Sir Jo, for that point. No? But if you will check it in relation to your changing of bulb, safety hazard exposed to electrical wires, and then the effect can cause electrocution, the score is 16. And I think it's more dangerous compared to the smoking of a certain person in that area. No? So, but if like what I've said, this assessment is a subjective relation. If that is your judgment, and then the safety officer can defend the answer. But in relation to all of the hazard that you identified, ang principle kasi niyan, kung sino po yung pinakamataas ang score ng risk, yun po ang bigyan agad ng priority of giving action. And that is because we consider it as a life-threatening situation. Okay po. Okay? So, thank you for that, group number 1. And now, let's proceed to group number 2. Yun.
So, good afternoon again. Am I audible po ba?
Yes, Ma'am Jackie Lou.
Yes po. So, we are group 2 and we will present the risk assessment inside the warehouse area So, for the first activity, we have the carrying of documents and files, possible hazards. There is a poor housekeeping. There is unsecured open manhole. And there is no closure ribbon around the open manhole on the ground. So for its possible effect, falling in the open pool, which may lead to injury. So we rank the possibility as 5 and the severity and is 5. And the risk assessment we conducted is 25, which we can see is high. And then next, for the health hazard, we have the ergonomics, carrying of heavy load beyond allowed limit. So possible effects, we have the musculoskeletal disorder or back pain. We have the possibility of 4 and severity of 5, which we have a risk assessment of 12, which falls under the medium risk. Next slide, please. So for the activity of maintenance of the repair plumber, we have the working without harness and not wearing PPE. Possible effects include falling on the ground may cause fracture or injury. And then there is also no enclosure ribbon, which may lead to fracture and injury also. The possibility is scored as 4 and the severity of 3, which has the risk assessment of 12, which falls under the medium risk. Likewise, for the poor housekeeping of the ladder and the ladder is not balanced, we have the risk assessment of 12 that falls also under the medium risk. And then another is the tripping hazard, cables under the ladder that may cause electrocution or may entangle the passerby. We rank is as 3 for the possibility and the severity of 2, which we have the medium risk. And another fire hazard, smoking inside the workplace that may cause fire, possibility of 3 and severity of 3, which falls under the medium risk. For the health hazard, we have the chemical inhalation of smoking, for smoking, and the chemical spray that may cause respiratory illness, which has a possibility of 4 and a severity of 3, that falls under medium risk. Likewise, for the ergonomic prolonged standing in an awkward position, which may cause the musculoskeletal or back pain, have the medium risk of 4 possibility and rank 3 of severity. Next slide, please. For another activity, lifting of materials for the forklift operator. For under safety hazard, for housekeeping, overloaded, and operator cannot see the pathway and not wearing PPE. Possible effect might hit people or objects along the way. For the possibility, we rank it as 4 and the severity of 3 and the risk of medium risk. Next is objects being lifted is not securely tied that may cause fall on passers-by causing injury like fracture or head trauma, possibility of 4 and severity of 5 and the risk of high. Next is the under health hazard, a whole body vibration that may cause musculoskeletal problem or back pain, a possibility of 3 and severity of 3 that falls under medium risk. So next slide. And that is all. We will end this with our group picture. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much po, group number 2. Okay, group 1 and group 2, thank you very much. And let's proceed now to group number 3.
Hi, Sir Ian. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Sir Good. Hello, Sir Lorenzo.
Ayun. Okay. Yan, sige. So let's begin with yung first activity namin, which is sorting of food products, no presence of machine or mechanical guard. Okay. So yung probability namin of an accident occurring is 3, which is possible. And then the severity is high, no, or constitutes extensive injuries, which totals to 12 or medium risk. Okay, so next activity is presence of liquids in the machine. So yan, our L is likely kasi talagang malapit siya dun sa nakapatong siya dun sa taas ng conveyor mismo. And then the injuries is high as well if it results to electrocution. So for a total of 16, which is high. Okay, next naman is no safety gloves when handling products. So RL is 3. Possible siya na ma-irritate yung skin and magkaroon ng bacteria dun sa products themselves. And then a severity of 3, which will require medical assistance if it occurs. Yan. Next naman, visitation during hours here. So presence of liquid on the ground, it is likely kasi malapit po siya dun sa daanan or malapit siya sa mismo dun sa machine where the workers are operating. And then, the S or severity is 3 din naman if may madulas or may mapilayan. Yan. Okay. So next naman is same activity, not wearing of face mask and proper protection. So inhalation of dust, liquid, germs and virus particles also naman siya, unlikely naman siguro. But and yung severity niya, if kunwari nga may na-inhale na dust or siguro minor, very minor lang naman. Siguro pag naka-inhale lang dust, pwedeng siguro ubuhin lang or magkaroon ng allergic reaction. So 1, which is, so dapat 2 lang pala siya. So too low. Yeah. Okay. So next slide, Sir Julius. Yan. So yan, production area. So yung work activity namin is transport of products. So yung hazard namin is accident due to overloading of forklifts. So it's indeed very likely kasi yung driver mismo hindi niya makita yung dinadaanan niya. So it's very likely na mabangga siya or may masagasaan siya. So yan. And then the severity of course is pwede siyang 5 pag meron nga siyang nadaganan or if kunwari may masagasaan siya or kung ano man. So siguro pwede natin siyang i-classify as 4 of 5 yung severity, which will total to high risk pa rin naman. Yan. And then lastly, for our final hazard is stress due to strict production deadline. So ayun, likelihood is 3 kung pagod na nga sila, no? So kung kunwari pagod na, so pwedeng inaantok na yan or pwedeng since stress mataas yung blood pressure at kung ano-ano pa. And then the severity of course are kung kunwari ma-stroke sila on the spot, extensive injuries, or kunwari yun nga since stressed na sila, they're not super anymore, super alert anymore, so pwedeng ma-aksidente which can lead to extensive injuries. Yun. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Lorenzo. Sir Lorenzo, you're working sa BPO?
No, sir.
DJ. Thank you very much. 1, 2, and 3. Let's proceed to group number 4.
Okay. Kami na po ba yung dating group 5? Yun po?
Group number 4 to discuss the operation area.
Hindi pa ho. Okay.
Kanino po yung operation area? Group number 5.
Po, yung group number 5 po, pasensya na po kasi Wala ho kasi mayroong laptop sa amin eh.
Okay lang.
Pero may ginawa ho kaming yung sinulat na lang po. Try ko lang po kung pwede ba makita dito sa screen yung share. Ano ba yun? Paano ba yun? Screen. Ay, no? Share. Photo. Ayan po, nakikita po ba?
Yeah.
Yan po yung sa amin po, yung sa group 5, bale yung matanda na naglalakad, yung hazard niya, exposure on sun, health hazard, yung health hazard, tapos walking to parking over 1,000 meters. Yung effect is heat stroke, leg and ankle pain, skin burn, sun radiation effect. Tapos yung existing control niya, nakita namin yung pathway na uncovered lang. Yung probability is possible na 3, tapos yung severity is 3. So yung risk po niya ay nasa 9, medium. Tapos yung pangalawa po, yung running children, sa yung nasa picture, yung hazard po niya is yung possible of tripping on electrical wire. Then yung effect is injury and fracture. Yung existing control, wala po. Wala ho kaming nakikitang existing control sa event area. So kaya po yung ano niya, yung ano po niya, yung probability is most likely. Tapos catastrophic. So 5 times 5, yung risk po niya is 25, high. Kaya ho dapat una ho ito dapat pansinin na i-control. Kasi po yung mga bata para anong gawin para ma-anticipate po na wala hong accident. Tapos yung third activity namin, yung installing signage near emergency exit. Yung hazard po is falling of materials and the person itself. Tapos yung obstruction on passage. Effect is injury, fracture. Yung existing control ng activity is yung gumagamit siya ng ladder but without proper safety equipment for the person. So yung probability po niya is possible 3 and severity is fatal 4. So risk is 12, medium po. Yun po sa amin sa group 5 po.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Ronald. Group number.
Pasensya na po, yung improvise lang yung presentation namin po.
No, you're so resourceful pa nga, sir. Ano group yung nagpalitan kanina? Group number?
Wala po kasing laptop eh.
At least you did your best, sir, for your presentation.
Di po, lahat po kami nito nag-contribute to, yung kagrupo namin. Idea ho namin po.
Okay. Thank you very much, group members of group number 5.
Thank you po.
How about the group number 3? 3 ba yan? Or 4? For the operations area.
Sir, kami po yung 3. So, 4 ata yung...
Sino yung nag-present po ng operations area?
4 po, ipipresent po ni Sir Paro.
Okay.
Naka-share screen pa kasi si Sir eh.
Sir Ronald, paki-off po. Okay.
Okay po.
So,
ayan. Ipipresent po niya ni Sir Paro.
Okay.
Ayan naman na magpipresent ng group number 4.
Group number 4. Okay, let's listen to them.
Hello sir, kami ang group 4. Bali yung kaninang activity po namin. Yung welding activity, existing control po is yung welding apron lang. Yung probability namin nilagay is 3. At yung severity is 4. So, nag-fall po siya sa medium, 12. Yung working at height, ang existing control niya, kung complete PPE naman siya, so ang probability na nilagay namin is 2 at yung severity is 2. So nag-fall po siya sa 4. Nag-i-echo, ano?
Yeah. May katabi ka ba dyan, sir? Naka-online rin?
Meron, sir.
Ayun. Siguro, dapat naka-mute siguro siya or ano pa?
Hinami yung sounds mo.
Okay, sige po.
Yun, sir. Working at height, ano na pala, machine lifting. Bali, ang existing control lang niya is hard, hot, and lab. So, ang probability na ano namin is 4 at severity is 5. So, nag-fall po siya sa high, 20. Tapos yung walking at operation area, yung wala siyang existing control, ano lang naman siya, sleep. So, 1 yung probability niya at severity is 2. So, nag-fall lang po siya sa 2. Yun lang, sir.
Thank you very much, Sir Raymond. No? Sa walking on operation area, ito ba yung yung visitor? Naglalakad, no? And
yes,
then,
sir.
Harap niya po merong sleeping hazard.
Sleeping hazard, sir. Yes.
I think sa kanyang sa probability niya, you can increase it higher konti. Kasi papunta na siya doon eh. And then andun siya sa talaga sa center ng workplace. Na pwede marami ang ma-expose doon sa hazard na 'yon. Okay. Thank you very much. Group number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so ganyan lang po ka-simple ang paggawa lang po ng ating hierarch. No? Identify the hazard. What is the effect of that certain hazard to us? What's your rate in relation to the probability of exposure? And also the impact in relation to the severity. You will multiply it and the answer is the risk. And then identify either it is a low, medium, or high risk hazard. Sometimes we will put also the existing hazard before we will rate the risk assessment. And after that one, we will give the control measure or recommended control measure. May iba rin mga expanded na hierarch na after their control measure, they will make again a risk assessment. Okay, ano posibleng mangyayari once we will implement this control measure that you suggested? Posible bang bababa na ang kanyang risk? So, para makita natin kung epektibo ba siya or hindi. Safety officer. No? So, sorry, guys. All of your learnings here is just 30% in order for you to become a competent safety officer. Ang real challenge talaga is nasa field or nasa site ninyo or sa bawat workplace kung saan kayo ma-assign. I'm always telling this to my student in safety officers. There are 4 things for us to develop in order for us to become a competent safety officer. Number 1, a safety officer with a safety eye. We can easily identify potential hazard to save our people at site. We can easily identify potential things that can lead to accident if there will be no control measure to be implemented. Therefore, even though you are so busy with your task or goal, roam around to your workplaces. Kasi mas nakakaalam, mas may alam kayo. Ano yung posibleng delikado na bagay na pwede po silang mapahamak. Roam around to your area. Conduct safety inspection. Give instruction to the people. If you know that is unsafe, therefore you should know what is safe thing to do. In doing also or in highlighting safety findings, you should also give recommendation of different control measure. Wag yung, oy, mali yan. Yan, delikado. Nagbigay ka ba ng suggestion how to correct it? Wala. No? So, if you know what is unsafe, therefore you should know also what is safe for them. Number 2 is you should be a good documenter. Maraming safety officer na magaling mag-ikot sa site. Maraming mga safety officer na madaling maka-identify potential hazard, but they are poor in relation to documentation, such as making investigation, making safety audit, conducting meetings, making safety program, submitting reports to DOLE. Remember, what is not written is not done. Kahit gaano pa kayo kagaling sa site, kung hindi nyo po nagawa yan siya black and white, parang wala pa rin kayong ginawa. May mga instances, mga safety officer, may suggestion kayo sa management, but the management is not supportive to you. Huwag kayo mawala ng pag-asa or hope. At least you give recommendation to your management. One of your role, safety officer, is you are the advisor to your management in relation to OSH. Sabihin nyo, sir, marami tayo mga hot works dito, maraming fire potential, I am recommending for additional fire extinguisher para hindi po tayo masunugan or walang aksidente mangyayari. Kung hindi po nasundin, make it black and white. Sulatan nyo po sila. Give suggestion, recommendation, ipareceive nyo sa kanila para in case may aksidenteng mangyayari, save na kayo na meron kayong nirecommend sa kanila bago nangyari isang aksidente. Number 3, a safety officer that have a good self-esteem, self-confidence, and a good trainer. You are the one conducting safety orientation to your people. You are the one giving information to them on doing safety things, safety procedure, creating safety culture. So bawal po sa safety officer yung mahiyain. Okay? So I'm happy dun po sa mga reporter din kanina, sa mga presenter natin na magaling po. And I'm sure all of you magaling po sa pagharap ng tao. Huwag po tayo mahiya. And lastly, a safety officer with good attitude. Madali po ma-develop yung documenter, safety eye, self-confidence, no? But yung attitude talaga, mahirap yan siya hanapin. No? So yan po ang ating iwanan natin as a safety officer. Okay ha? Let's try, guys, before we will leave this training, no? Let's try if you have already developed your safety eye. Okay? So, I will show you some pictures, no? And then identify anong delikado dito. Anong mga safety o hazard identification na nakita po ninyo. Okay, this one. Safety hazard. Anong problema?
Vibration.
Wala siyang guard.
Walang cover.
No? As per safety principle, all rotating part should have a machine guarding. Na wala po doon, no? Tama. There's no machine guarding for that.
Maipit.
Maipit, tama. This one, sir, anong problema?
Maraming kalat sa daan.
Messy workplace. Pwede siyang matalisod dyan. Ayan, ako kong ulo.
Very good.
May wirings pa, may wire.
Very good. So, what you are meron pa pa
maraming obstruction of way.
Housekeeping, sir.
Housekeeping, obstruction to access. This one.
Ako, working at heights. Walang safety harness.
Walang safety harness.
Hindi proper yung gear na ginagamit.
Walang PPE.
Ano yung story dito ng safety officer? Itong dalawang dito na ito, meron pong trabaho sila doon sa taas po ng bubong. Instead, makalak po sila ng ladder, tinawag nila yung kumpare nila na operator ng forklift. Pare, i-lift mo nga kami. Kasi may kami sa bubong. The procedure is doing shortcut just to pursue their activities. Instead, maghanap sila ng proper access going there, gumamit pa sa equipment that can lead to accident. Okay, ito pa, magaling rin. Nilagyan din ng platform. But, ang isang bagay na hindi ginawa para dyan, pero ginamit nyo po, that is still unsafe to be used. Okay, na? Unsafe condition, unsafe act of people. This one, anong delikado?
Working.
Wala pong harness, walang ladder, wala lahat.
Walang harness.
Ano ang probability?
High.
5.
High.
Probability.
Severe. High.
Pero yan.
High parehas.
Na, okay.
Pwede ka ma-slip dyan eh.
Alam niyo ba ang trabaho dito, sir?
Spider-Man.
Inutusan siya mag-install ng tarpaulin. Inutusan mag-install ng tarpaulin.
Mabigat din yung tarpaulin.
Oh. Yan siya. Ito po. Sa likod po ito ninyo.
Barricade.
Wala pong barrier na nilagay. Walang enclosure.
Walang signage.
Walang enclosure.
Signage.
Walang signage. Walang barricade.
Ito po.
Walang mga safety gear.
PPE?
Ng mga PPE.
PPE nila wala din. Tapos pagbubuhat, yung mga pagbubuhat nila mali.
Okay? Yung nababasa po, yung may tao, nagbabasa siya, yung may sarap.
Poor housekeeping.
Obstruction sa pathway. Obstruction sa pathway.
Chemical hazard.
Yes.
Tapos may mga hotworks sila.
Welding.
A lot of
Hotworks na walang
this one po.
Nako,
May
housekeeping na naman.
jump shop.
Pwedeng
Wala akong
Walang
segregation.
barricade, walang warning sign.
Yeah.
Poor housekeeping.
Keeping. Poor material
Housekeeping.
Ito ano kulang?
No safety.
Walang safety shield.
Okay, walang face shield? Walang fire extinguisher?
Fire extinguisher. It may result of fire.
Walang
Sakaling
face,
may mga
walang welding.
Wala
Face shield. Goggles.
octopus
Safety
virus.
goggles.
Anong problema dito?
Safety barrier.
Yung oxygen.
Obstruction of way.
Label
Tapos,
yung
tripping.
gas.
Okay. Safety
Yung
officer
mga oxygen
na
Wala pong wheel type na ano po, lalagyan.
okay, as per OSH standard, it is required that all compressed gas cylinder should be in upright position. It should be secured in cylinder cage, gas cylinder rack, or kung
Yung
wala,
gas naka
it should be
Ayun,
separated.
walang proper na lekay.
Ano to? Acetylene.
Compressed gas cylinder, no? It should be separated, guys. Ang full at saka empty, separate po yan siya. And then it should be labeled kung anong gas po ang content niya. There should be fire extinguisher on
No
stand.
label yun.
Tayo kasi sa Pilipinas, hanggat wala ng laman, pwede na kaiga. That is unsafe.
Pwede pang gamitin.
Yeah. If you observe in the hospital, may mga oxygen tank po dyan. Kung may nakita kayo oxygen tank sa hospital na hindi po secured, na hindi po nakatali o walang rack, call the attention of the nurses. Excuse me, ma'am, I am a safety officer. Ganun lang na. Give recommendation to them because that is a high risk hazard. This one.
Wala pong harness.
Meron.
Meron siyang harness.
Meron siyang harness.
Pero improper yung ano niya, yung nalakaran niya.
Hindi maganda yung lalakaran.
Working platform. What is the severity?
Pwede siya malaki.
5.
The probability?
5.
5 din.
Kasi,
5.
taas nung ano niya
Iris.
Kulang po yung scaffolding.
Kulang sa scaffolding.
5 pala.
Dito, sir, tingnan nyo.
Yung hard hot area, tinanggal niya.
Wow, no smoking sa smoking.
Nag-smoke.
Smoking.
Heavy lifting.
Tapos marami pang tubig na nagkalat. Pwede niya ma-slip dyan. 5-5 sa akin.
5.
Kapag, sir, may
5 lang.
5.
Pasara na.
High.
walang safety
Susot
officer.
ng hard hat.
Exit.
Yung fire exit may nakabara.
Sarado.
No?
No smoking.
To answer.
For housekeeping.
For housekeeping, for cable management.
Yes.
Tripping.
Marami pwedeng matrips.
Very good. No? Okay, guys. If we cannot control this unsafe acts and unsafe condition, this will happen to our workers. No? You have your important role as a safety officer. You identify unsafe acts. Di ba the two sources of accident, guys? Unsafe acts and unsafe condition, di ba? You discussed this yesterday. How many percent are unsafe acts? 88% of all accident. And unsafe condition is only 10%. Or worse to worse, this will happen if you will not control. This unsafe acts to happen. No? This is not just for compliance safety officer.
Buhay pa to.
Okay. That one. And then if you will later on, that's already a reactive approach. We should be proactive at all times. No? Safety officers, can accident be prevented? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sure.
According to the study, 98% of all accidents are preventable. Only 2% are non-preventable. The 2% is the act of nature. Out of this 98%, guys, we have 88% due to unsafe acts or behavior of people. We have safety policy already, but they're not following to our safety policy. 10% are unsafe condition. We give instruction to these people, no? What are the things to do? But still, they do poor housekeeping, obstruction to access. Still, accident will happen. We should rectify unsafe conditions and change human behavior to correct unsafe acts as they are the main
Live pala tayo sa YouTube.
of causing accident.
Live pala tayo sa YouTube.
Why? You are here, safety officer. You are here not because you want a certificate of BOSH. You are here not because you want to comply with DOLE regulation. You are here because this is a vocation, not for compliance purposes. Your purpose is to save your company to continue your business because you will prevent accident to happen. 98% of all accident to happen in your workplaces. Okay? If you don't believe in safety, let's try one accident in your establishment. Okay? Because guys, safety is not a choice. It's a chance. No, safety is not a chance, rather, it's a choice. Kung gustuhan mo madisgrasya ka, magdidisgrasya ka talaga. Therefore, we will make a safety culture in our workplaces after your training. Because guys, the main purpose talaga nagtatrabaho tayo because of our family. Helping our people also to go back to their home every day without any accident, as well as you also, safety officers. Okay? Because they're waiting at home every day. No? May sa Bisaya pa kami na term na, pare, hunahunai mo hang safety, kay dahan padagulat kay mare. No? Sabi pa dito na, pare, think of your safety because there's a lot of kumpare daw waiting for kumare, something like that. Sa Bisaya term. Okay guys, thank you very much for listening. I hope that you learned something today and you will apply that in your different workplaces.
Thank you po.
Guys,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. You are
Thank you,
now
sir. Thank you.
40%
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
research. Yeah, 40%.
Thank you po, sir.
Hi, sir.
Day po.
Thank you po.